Now we hear from Houston that the crew has completed putting on the space suits and the boots, helmets, and they're now donning their portable life support system, that backpack that carries their oxygen, the cooling liquids, and their communications equipment, and is good for a 4-hour stay on the lunar surface. Well, within that margin, they'll get back in the spacecraft after 2 hours and 40 minutes on the lunar surface. We've had no further estimate in the last few minutes as to the actual time when they will step out of the spacecraft. Of course, we're standing by for further word from Houston on that. It could come anywhere in the next 15 or 20 minutes. Nelson Benton now and Scott McLeod at Grumman perhaps can show us what's involved with this preparation for the extravehicular activity, what's going on in the LEM right now, and why perhaps they're running so far behind their timeline in getting ready. Nelson?
Walter, it's been some 5 hours and a half now since LEM touched down on the moon, and of course much of that time was spent in that ascent simulated countdown, but much of it has probably been spent in trying to get those suits ready and get the portable life support systems ready to make the EVA. And there were perhaps some over-optimistic views as to how soon that could be done. Scott McLeod is in one suit up in our LEM, and Tom Sylvester, who has tested these suits for ILC Industries, is in the other. Scott, can you take a guess at what might be some of the problems in delaying their getting ready to go out?
Nelson, I think this is one thing I can guess on. As you can see, both Tom and I are fairly well suited up. I don't have my full helmet on yet, but Tom does. But they have had to take the portable life support system out of a compartment in here for one, the other one on the deck, and then in these confined quarters that we're in, put this entire rig on. Tom, can you step over for a second? As you can see, the portable life support system, the backpack, is pretty large in itself. The commander would have to help the LEM pilot put it on. The oxygen purge system is put on above it, and then around in front is what you can see here, the remote control unit that controls this. To try and do this in here in 1G with help from our friendly technicians has been very difficult. To try and do it up there in 1/6G with just the two of them, I'm sure, has been extremely difficult.
Thank you, Scott. Tom, can you give us an idea of what sort of checks they would be making on them, each on himself and on the other, before they would get ready to go out?
Well, the only thing that I can say is that when they go into the docking station, of course, they help each other don the PLIS. Then they check out the PLIS, it's ECS, and check for the oxygen flow and things of this nature. And perhaps this is part of their job, what they're going through right now.
They're going to have to be pretty doggone sure everything is reading right, both on your own and on the other guys, I
That's
suppose.
correct.
What we've got, Walter, actually is just, it's probably not so much the 1/6 gravity as it is, there just isn't a whole lot of room in that LEM when you get all that paraphernalia on your back and around your head.
Thank you, Nelson. And now we're going to switch to mission control and a relay of communication with the spacecraft on the lunar surface. As usual, as soon as we switch, they go into a moment of silence, but we're sure we'll be hearing some more from them in just a moment. And we're going to keep that tuned up so it will come in just as soon as we hear any more from them. The last report was that they were beginning to don the portable life support system. That's that big square pack on their back that carries the life support, the oxygen and the cooling water for their garments in that 250-degree heat of the lunar day, and carries the communications equipment. The small box you saw on the chest of Scott McLeod, Mr. Sylvester out there in the lunar module at Grumman, is the control equipment for that backpack. So they can reach down and turn the dials up and down for communications and so forth. We don't know really. I haven't had an estimate from Houston precisely as to how far they are from the walk itself. I expect we will be hearing very shortly an estimate of that. Meanwhile, Houston has radioed up to Mike Collins in the command ship Columbia some new coordinates of their possible position on the moon for him to see if he can see them through that computer-directed sextant with its 28-power magnification. He so far has been unable to locate them, and the radar and radio tracking is not accurate enough to get an exact fix on where they are.
This is Houston. Are you reading tranquility all right on the relay? Over.
I believe so. I haven't heard anything from him lately. He's been breaking up, but up until about 3 minutes ago, I was reading him loud and clear.
Roger. It sounds like you're getting it all.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Houston talking to Mike Collins, finding out whether he's hearing anything from Tranquility Base. That's, you know, what they call the lunar module as it sits on the lunar surface. We're waiting for this word that they are beginning to depressurize the cabin in preparation for opening the hatch. And the first word of that will be that they have pressurized their suits. They pressurize the suits first, and then with the suits fully pressurized and working, checking that out, then they depressurize the cabin. And then in those miniature spacecraft, which are their space suits, they can emerge from the open hatch and down onto the lunar surface. One of the dangers we haven't mentioned lately of walking around on the moon is that of solar flares, cosmic radiation that is given off in 11-year cycles in great quantities by the sun. This happens to be one of those 11-year peak periods right now, but the NASA solar physicist Manuel Lopez says that the sun is as quiet as it could be right now. However, if the sun were to suddenly increase in activity, and we are monitoring that constantly, if major bursts of the solar protons were to be given off, then Mission Control would order the crew off the lunar surface and back into the LEM for an immediate return to the command module, where the protection against solar radiation is believed to be total. It isn't so in the light spacecraft that is called the LEM, or certainly in the space suit. The command module is a heavier vehicle, safer structure, which would shield against the effects of solar flare.
This is Houston. We request you open the TV circuit breaker at the present time. We've had it on about 15 minutes now with the Mesa closed over.
Roger.
We've had a word from Houston that Neil Armstrong reported to Houston that that area into which he's going to descend from the LEM is in shadow, as we reported to you earlier, and he thinks it may present problems for the television pictures, the strong contrast between the bright light of the sun, which of course shines on the moon without any interference or filtering by atmosphere, and the shadow may give us some trouble. That camera is a little 7.5-pound camera which should be deployed.
Say again, Neil.
We seem to be having difficulty with communication now with this spacecraft.
Neil, this is Houston. I can hear you trying to transmit, however, your transmission is breaking up, over.
I don't really understand why that should be.
Buzz, this is Houston. Do you read, over?
Roger, Houston. This is Buzz. How do you read, over?
Roger, you're coming through loud and clear, Buzz. It's a beautiful signal.
Neil's got his antenna up now. Let's see if he comes through any better now. Okay, Houston, this is Neil. How do you read?
Neil, this is Houston. Reading you beautifully.
Houston, reading you beautifully. Standing by. I can
scratching the roof. We copy your antenna scratching the roof. Roger.
They're in their spacesuits, of course, and in the spacesuits, sealed in the
Do we
spacesuit,
have a go for cabin depress?
they are each small space stations, and now you just heard they're a go for
Houston,
depressurization.
this is Tranquility. We're standing by for a go for cabin depress. Over. Tranquility Base, this is Houston. You are go for cabin depressurization. Go for cabin depressurization. Go cabin depressurization.
That's the last stage.
Thank you.
That's the last step before opening the hatch.
Quarter valve is okay. Verify cabin fan number 1 circuit breaker open. Over.
This procedure should take a little less than 2 minutes.
Breaker. We'll have to pull that one out. Over.
With cabin depressurization beginning,
Now, wait a minute.
they could be opening that hatch in a minute or so now.
Columbia, this is Houston. Your LEM line of sight COM acquisition with the Tranquility Base is 108 plus 29er. LOS is 108 plus 42. Over. Good circuit relief valve auto. In auto. Good gas diverter valve to egress.
Pick you up on Army CRD.
Stand by, please.
Master alarm.
Collins will be
Light reset.
on this side of the moon another 19 minutes before he loses signal going around on the far side of the moon.
Light. Put a bigger question light.
So he'll be available to relay messages from the lunar module if communication should be lost for any reason, and he can step out on the moon.
I don't understand. Good fan number 1, circuit breaker open.
Depressurization beginning. They're now equalizing the pressure in the lunar module.
This is Houston. We'd like you to pull the suit fan Delta P circuit breaker on panel 16. Over.
That
Roger, I have it.
lunar module has been carrying a pressure of
Different Jim.
between 4 and 5 pounds per square inch. And on the lunar surface, there is no atmospheric pressure, of course, at all. If they open the hatch without depressurizing slowly first, the spacecraft would implode or would just collapse as the pressure rushed out of it. We've had some encouraging word
There
on
it is, ECS, master arm, water separator. Right, both suit isolation valves to suit. I'll get them. Both. Got it. Need to connect LEM hoses.
encouraging word on the television camera. They tested part of the system of that camera, and they're getting a good pulse signal, they say. It indicates that at least part of the camera system is working.
Okay.
They won't.
Ectopia 02 hose to right hand VGA connector lock. Let me do that for you. Hey, locked and locked. Raise your arm up.
These are heart-stopping moments, too, as we wait for word that they are opening the hatch. This is the depressurization procedure. It's going through now.
They retrieve purge valve. Go pocket. Okay.
closed, lock pin installed. All in red, PGA red.
Now, after we have the word from them that they have completed depressurization. Then they open.
It's installed, locked, and locked.
Could you put it?
Oh, wait a minute. Should be.
Good deal.
They're following a very careful routine or procedure here and checking off each item as they go. After they get the depressurization complete, open the hatch. It'll probably take about 10 minutes as expected.
All right, check my breaker valves vertical.
For Armstrong to get out of that hatch and start down those steps.
Do vertical. Okay. Hold this, I'll put in your bridge valve.
Actually, now that the men are in the spacesuits and using their little antenna that emerges from their spacesuit, we really have two radio stations inside a third station. Each of them is a station in himself, identifying themselves now by no code names, but their real names, Neil and, well, Buzz. We call that a code name. And the space base itself as Tranquility Base. Could be expected that the transmission from them will improve somewhat when they get outside. Their antenna, as I said a moment ago, are touching the spacecraft walls occasionally now and causing some of the interference you hear.
That was a Buzz Aldrin comment.
During this
Okay, need helmets. Got your mics where you want them?
During this period, the capsule communicator is Bruce McCandless. The voice of mission control is Jack Riley. What you're seeing, of course, is our lunar simulator, a life-size model.
You can read me on VHF, but you sure sound good down there.
Mike Collins, huh? We see in this lunar simulator out at Grumman Aircraft in Long Island where they build the lunar module, what the men probably are going through now, attaching this sort of equipment clothesline, you might call it. It's not really a tether.
Okay.
It's a little two-way line on pulleys that...
The vent window is clear. All right, remove the lever from the engine cover. Verify EV visor attached.
When Armstrong gets down, he steps a couple of steps away from the lunar module.
How's the comm now, Houston?
Buzz, this is Houston. The comm is very good. You're coming through loud and clear, and Mike passes on the word that he's receiving you and following your progress with interest.
Mike's got about
Thank you.
5 more minutes to do that before he disappears on the other side of the moon as far as communication with the Earth goes. That clothesline attachment attached right under Neil Armstrong's chin. When he gets out, he stretches that taut, and then Aldrin passes equipment and things he needs to him down that line. Then when they get ready to send their rock samples and what back up, they reverse that procedure. Aldrin gets aboard, and Armstrong again pulls on the line, just like on a clothesline, and sends the rock sample box up into the lunar module. It seems, with all of these millions of dollars worth of equipment, it's rather a strange way to get the material up and down the steps, but obviously the easiest way.
You know, Walter, actually it turns out usually the simplest way is the easiest way. And I think that's what you see in practice in this case.
Right, Wally.
Just thinking, looking at the simulator here in color, we won't see color in this.
No, it's
in this case, the black and white camera.
We may have the color camera on as early as Apollo 12, certainly by Apollo 13 on the moon. The camera is perfectly capable of doing the job now, but it has to be sealed in that vacuum and heavy environment against the moon environment. And they just don't have the case ready for it yet. They didn't think that camera was going to come along that fast and work that well. Matter of fact, they're a little slow about appropriating funds for that even now to develop that case. I gather that it's not really in the works at the moment, but expect it to be shortly.
I suspect a little encouragement from the industry might move them on. At the result of this usage on this flight, I'm sure everyone will want color as soon as we can get it.
If Mike Collins has got any advice for future command module pilots, it'll probably be also if they develop a small receiver so that he can watch this too. He's been terribly disappointed. Obviously, he can't see it.
Interesting, isn't it? One of the few people in the world that can't see it.
Oh, yeah. I see you're down.
You know, this is the first series of events in the entire mission planning of Apollo 11 that has run behind schedule. Is this preparation for the extravehicular activity. This is the first thing that's taking longer than they planned on it taking. They've now been underway in this operation for 2 hours and 40 minutes almost, maybe even more than that. We didn't have an exact timeline on when they started, but it was only planned for 1 hour 55 minutes to get ready. It's taken them now almost half again as long as they planned.
This is typical with these suits. There's a high risk of the suit not being completely sealed off, right? So you go through some laborious checks. Once it's all put together, the suit's perfectly safe. But in the process, you must be very careful.
Neil, how do you read? Neil, this is Houston. I read you loud and clear, and I read both the comments that said, I wonder if we're triggering all the time, and I don't think so. Prior to that, it was relatively quiet. Over.
Okay, we're hearing a little bit of background noise, and I just wanted to make sure that we weren't continually keyed.
Don't sound like it.
It's interesting, Wally, that we have word from Houston that they're apparently tying 4 other astronauts into the loop and can communicate directly with these men as they get down on the moon's surface. That's partly because I guess they'll be monitoring 2 of them, 2 space stations in a sense at once.
Neil, this is Houston. Would you verify your RCU vent window clear? Over.
What's the vent window?
That's verified. Roger that.
I didn't understand.
Verify that your vent window is clear.
Oh, I'm not sure what that must be on the PLSS, I'm sure, the life support system.
Besides capsule communicator astronaut Bruce McCandless, who is the capsule communicator, Jack Schmidt, the astronaut who is also a geologist, and Jim Lovell, who's a veteran of the Apollo 8 crew, Deke Slayton, the chief of flight crew operations, chief astronaut since, Pete Conrad, the commander of Apollo 12, due to take the next flight to the moon. They are all in mission control and able to talk to Armstrong and Aldrin now.
Now, this has been our pattern, to have those best prepared and those who are about to go on the next mission close at hand during the mission. Of course, Jim Lovell was backup crew commander, so he is probably the best prepared at this point in time to judge what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be quite a few more that would like to be right at that hot mic, I'll say that. There's our fly spec simulation.
Right, the previewing. Disconnect the water. Okay, let me get yours.
I don't know whether you recall or not, but typical preparation for an EVA activity has taken longer than most every previously planned case, only in that it's a new experience and it's a difficult one.
Cabin pressures on both vehicles reading 4.9 pounds per square inch. Columbia's temperature 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Eagle's temperature 61 degrees Fahrenheit.
We've just gotten here at our CBS News headquarters desk the front page of the two New York morning newspapers. This is how the New York Times likes to think of itself as the principal newspaper of record, will show in its files forevermore this great historic day. Men land on the moon. 2 astronauts avoid crater, set craft on a rocky plain. Over on the left, the story written by John Noble Wilford of the landing. Over on the right, in 2 columns, the text of the transmission, the first words from the moon, and down below a poem by Archibald MacLeish, A Voyage to the Moon, which perhaps we'll have an opportunity to read to you a little later. With his typical skill, Archibald MacLeish has said some very lovely things. And here is the New York Daily News, the morning, other morning newspaper in New York. Man lands on the moon.
Might note he replaced the usual picture of the sports page on the back, that kneels on the back of that paper as well.
I haven't gotten that far. Yeah. Picture of Neil Armstrong on the back of the Daily News. And an interior spread of the various scenes in New York as people watch the lunar landing. Well, they've been preparing for this operation for almost 3 hours now.
This is one event.
Houston, Buzz here, over. Go ahead, Buzz. This is Houston. Roger. Our comm just seemed to clear up a good bit. Did SM just go over the hill? Negative. He's been over the hill here for a minute or so. Correction. He should be losing contact with you in about a minute. Black locks are checked. Locks are checked. Blue locks are checked. Lock locks, red locks, perch locks. And on this side, the bliss locks and lock locks, both sides. Water locks. And the comm.
This lock is where you have a fitting that goes into the suit for a hose, which in turn is what pressurizes the suit. We have a lock that holds this hose on, and we have a lock, which locks the lock. And it makes it doubly sure.
Oh.
That's not something that goes with bagels, in other words.
Almost sorry you said that, Wally. It's a bayonet type fitting, we call it, isn't it? I mean, it fits in and then turns. Is that it?
It does, and there's little detents that fall into cutouts that have to be physically moved in two, so you have to move both to break the connection, not just one.
They were reading down the checklist of the various fittings. Lock.
Yes, that's the idea. So I imagine they're about ready to make what was called a pressure integrity test. It means you test the suit to see that it's holding pressure prior to dumping the cabin. So we may have a little bit more time to wait yet.
Oh.
I overheard something a little earlier about, do you like the mics in that position, which meant they hadn't really closed the helmet down yet. Mm-hmm. Once you get the microphones, which are small lip microphones, placed near your lips, and then you put the helmet on, you can no longer touch them other than with your tongue, and that's not a very good way of moving them about.
What do you do if your nose itches?
You just sort of think about it. There's not much you can do. You sort of have to turn that little set of nerves off. It's about the only way I found. And the odd thing is that just about the time you get your helmet buttoned on, this type of helmet.
Columbia, this is Houston. Do you read over?
Columbia, read you last clear on the Charlie.
Roger, Columbia. I have LOS and AOS times for you this pass with mid-sent. LOS 109er plus 21 plus 12. AOS coming around the corner 110-07-35. Over.
Again, 5.
Roger out.
What I was about to mention, once you get the helmet buttoned on and you're completely encased, that's when your nose first starts to itch.
I would think so. Reed, perversity of a human being and each of its parts is giving you trouble of that kind. I'm just advised here that headline on the New York Times that we saw is a record breaker, among other record breakers today, befitting the occasion. It's the largest headline the newspaper has ever used.
Okay, all right.
Normally
Your diverter valve open. Up position.
it's about half, again, as large as their largest type they even have over there, and they had to reproduce that by photographing the largest type and blowing it up.
Up in the middle. Pump on. Running. Air mine's running also. And it's cooling already. Thank you. Audible tone. Verified. That's what it is, yeah. It's doing. So let's bend down. Let me stow that. See if we... Oh, that's... Okay. All right. All right, inspect the EMU. Already done that pretty well. Pretty well complete.
Is this Neil and Buzz talking back and forth?
Yes, they're checking out their systems as they're going along, each one checking the other. It's kind of fun for me to reminisce. I think one of the reasons I was brought into Project Mercury was my early high-altitude flight suit experience.
Columbia, this is Houston, over. Roger, were you successful in spotting the LEM on that pass? Over.
That's negative. I checked both locations. There's no drive.
Okay, if you'd like to look again, next pass we have a different set of coordinates based on the onboard P57 solution of the LEM. These are echo decimal 3 and 4.8. I say again, echo decimal 3, 4.8. Same chart, over.
Now those are coordinates which are meaningless to us here. They're
Roger, look there, and also how about putting that into your machine and coming out with some coordinates, latitude, longitude over 2 and altitude for P22, so it can help me.
those coordinates are in relation, are from the lunar maps prepared by the astrogeologists at Flagstaff in the book of maps that the astronauts carry aboard.
This is Houston, latitude plus 0.523, longitude divided by 2, 11.710. Over.
We can work with that, can't we, Newell? Those look like numbers.
Why do they mean?
00523.
What do they mean divided by 2?
That's the way the computer on board takes the longitude. It takes half longitude, and it's...
Well, certainly it can't be 11.
Columbia, this is
No,
Houston.
No, that would be, you multiply that by 2.
Oh.
So it'd be 20...
22, 23 point.
That is 60, yaw 200, over.
Taking a look at our lunar chart here, see if we can figure out where that is.
Yeah, Newell's
It's
having
not
fun
very
with
far
this.
from where they were before. It shows that small range that they've got with that 28 power sextant. That's really a 23.27, 0.47 what they had before. Well, they're just a mile or two off at this point from what they were looking at earlier. They're still right in the middle of the landing pattern.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Your map is a little hard to use.
Huh?
Your map's a little hard to use, Paul. It's such a small scale. It's part of the problem.
You feel put down?
No, I don't. I'm looking at a scale here that I can see perfectly well with my bifocals. I don't know what Noel's talking about. 23.42. I know that's halfway between 23 and 24, and I got my little spot right there. 0.523. I know it's halfway between 0 and 1, and I got my spot right there. All right, so I don't know that it's 18 miles difference, but I know it's the middle of the landing site still.
He's not bad with a sailboat, Newell. He had one minor problem recently, but we won't discuss that.
No, we won't. I'm afraid even to ask what you're referring to, and I'm not. 1 degree is about 18.78 hundredths miles, I think, something like that. It's just about 19 miles. 18.86, I think it is, actually, statute miles on Earth. And they're still within 1 degree of that, so, you know, they can't be more than 18 miles off at the best, at the worst. Matter of fact,
It's a new location.
that earlier thing, 2327 from 2342. 15 hundredths of a degree of 1886. I just calculated with a computer called Walter.
Set up to record the operating time on Neil Armstrong's portable life support system. The EVA will be counted from that time.
This is Neil. How do you read?
Neil, this is Houston. Loud and clear.
A little bit better now. There we go. Roger, loud and clear. You're not too loud and clear, but I think it's the same problem. Houston, how do you read Buzz?
Buzz, this is Houston. Loud and clear. You're really coming in beautifully. Over.
Very good.
This new spot they gave Mike Collins to look at on the next pass around on the near side of the moon is 2.83 hundredths of a mile east of the spot they were looking at earlier. I don't get any joy out of Newell on that that calculation. I wouldn't swear that it is accurate, but kind of fun to try to figure out where they're looking for these men on the surface of the moon.
Has Hal recovered from these problems of touchdown where he might be able to give us some information? He got kind of emotional, you know.
We haven't heard from him lately, but I did see over on my monitor here that he's flashed a big good luck and congratulations.
Now comes the gymnastics. I think it'll be a lot easier.
Well, Hal had a way of indicating his pulse went up, his
You
temperature.
want to go to stop and go down to 3.5 and send back to auto.
They are dumping.
This is their check right now, yes.
Okay, going dump.
This is the depressurization.
I think they'll come down to 3.5 rather than all the way down to
And
the vacuum.
4.2, 4.1.
There we go.
That's 3.5.
Now this pressure is the same pressure that the suit will maintain.
Verify cabin pressure at 3.5 and LEM suit circuit pressure between 3.6 and 4.3.
Do they stop it?
Suit circuit at about 4.3.
They stop at that point for suit integrity check?
This is their check, yes.
Minus 4.6. Minus 4.7.
Neil, this is Houston. Will you give us a hack when you start your chronometer? Over.
This is the watch that will show them the 2 hours and 40 minutes. They're like a diver's starting his watch for his tank time. Same thing.
Exactly. Very good. Here we go, all the way.
Go to dump.
We're now on the life support system.
Houston, I'll start my watch at 5.6. Over.
Roger.
Three, two, one, mark. Houston, Columbia, back on high gain.
Roger, Columbia, loud and clear, and we copied your mark there, Buzz.
Clear and we copy your mark there, Buzz. Okay, I got my water window. Okay, water warning. That's yours? Got mine? Okay. Air pressure going towards 0. Verify LAM suit circuit 3.6 to 4.3, that's verified. Verified PGA pressure above 4.5. Okay, 4.75. Coming down. Ready to open the hatch when we get to 0.
Counting down toward the opening of the hatch.
You want to bring down one of your visors now or leave them up? Okay.
Two sets of visors on those helmets
Visors down.
for micrometeoroid protection, heat, and the glare of the sun. impacting as it does on the moon without any interference from atmosphere.
Four-tenths of a pound in the cabin.
4/10 of a pound.
Yes.
You're down just about to zero.
Getting down.
And the opening of the hatch.
Going about .2.
Official time when Armstrong began breathing oxygen from his portable life support system was 10:28 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, with 4 hours supply. That gives him a supply and PLSS to 2:28 a.m. But of course he expects to be back inside the lunar module and back connected to a pressurized system within the lunar module again long before that for an adequate safety margin. He should be back with at least a good hour left in that PLSS. The extravehicular activity should run about 2 hours and 40 minutes, and time getting in and out, closing the hatch and repressurizing and all, another maybe 20 minutes altogether, wouldn't you say, Wally? So he's got a margin of a good 25% supply, and that's about what the figure for this mission.
That's a nice, reasonable margin without any rushing or without any pressure. Of course, when he gets in the cabin, even though he may not have pressurized the cabin yet, he can go on the suit hoses in the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have the double connectors you see on the suit, so you can transfer from one unit to another.
Oh. And of course, one of the things they want to find out is how much oxygen these fellows are going to use in the exertion of moving around on the moon, whether it's more or less than the line that they estimate.
That's quite true. There's no way possible to simulate this environment. The 1.6G, of course, is a variable. The altitude is not. We can do that in an altitude chamber. The 1.6G and then the work
Coming
to
up
move.
on 5 minutes of operation on Neil Armstrong's portable life support system now.
It's amazing the number of generations of suits we've gone through to get this mobility that
Long
they...
time to get all the way down, isn't it? Yeah.
I was thinking that too. It took a long time to get this pressure down to zero is what he's referring to.
Yeah. Was that Aldrin to Armstrong?
Yes.
Boy, these are some minutes waiting for this.
This one we don't mind waiting for.
No, it's not as nerve-wracking as that landing.
My hands are dry this time.
Speak for yourself, astronaut Sharon.
No, the difference is I know that this isn't that complicated.
It's really difficult amid all this. Think of the fact, Wally, that it was just 60 years ago this month that Orville Wright set a world flying record by staying aloft for 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 40 seconds. Last time, 60 years ago, aloft, and these men are going to spend walking on the moon. And that was just 60 years ago.
A few new things have happened in the last 60 years. And I think it'd be kind of fun to look back on this and think what happens in the next 60 years. The challenges are just beginning to become almost impossible to keep track of.
It's an ever-accelerating scale.
Okay, let me see if it'll open now.
You say he's ready to open up?
I think that's what I heard.
Dumping my RCU there with your mind.
Apparently not. Look at that. These men have been up in space to the moon for, it's been just 4.5 days, plus an hour, since they lifted off from Florida Wednesday morning, 9:32 a.m.
It's a rather novel place to spend a weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, where'd you go this weekend? Oh, to the moon. How was the weather? There wasn't any.
A little dusty, possibly, but... Newell, what would you call a weather forecaster on the moon? We've given geologists great names.
I guess
I'd call him unemployed.
Unemployed, very good.
Is this anticipated that this...
Get some light? Get some light, yep. Come on.
there'd be this last-minute delay in getting down to zero pressure?
Well, it sounds like the hatch is unlocked, so then we have to be.
It'll pop open.
It'll pop open, he says.
Of course, it's most important that pressure be down. Unless you don't want to pop with a rather rapid pop.
Yeah. It's got to be exactly zero, or it would pop, wouldn't it?
Yes. Whatever little residual pressure is left would cause that.
Waiting to hear those words at the hatch.
Steady tone in the background. I have a static, intermittent static. I've got a little bit of a steady tone. I don't guess I hear that.
This is Aldrin saying he's got the little tone. Armstrong saying he does not hear it.
I want to let Chuck Berry emotionalize over that.
These men have been on the surface of the moon now in the lunar module 6 hours and about 20 minutes.
Neil, this is Houston. What's your status on hatch opening? Over.
Houston, what's your... everything is go here. We're just waiting for the cabin pressure to bleed to a low enough pressure to open the hatch. It's about 0.1 on our gauge now.
They don't follow that. They use the cabin pressure to open the hatch? In that case, they've already...
Alternative would be to open that one too.
Neil, this is Houston. Over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we're showing a relatively static pressure on your cabin. Do you think you can open the hatch at this pressure, about 0.12 psi?
We're going to try it.
Roger.
It may just be the gauge error at that very, very low reading. I think that's what the ground is inferring.
Of course, if they open that, unlock
The
that...
hatch is coming open.
But they did
Hold
unlock
it from going closed, and I'll get the valve to... And I better get up first.
it. There was too much pressure. Could perhaps blow it out, couldn't it?
Well, this is such a low pressure now that we shouldn't have any trouble with it at all. And if you get up around...
Apparently not,
half a
since
pound,
they said it's
yes.
coming open, where the seal must be broken.
Somebody's peeking out of our
Hatch
simulator.
reported coming open at 109 hours, 8 minutes, 5 seconds.
Okay, the valve throttle. Okay.
Correction, 109:07:35.
Go up to forward.
As you see, now the hatch is swinging in, so the pressure tends to keep it closed.
The window cleared yet? The water window cleared yet? It was, yeah. Mine hasn't cleared yet.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Columbia, go ahead.
Columbia, this is Houston. We'd like you to cycle the fans in cryo-hydrogen tank number 1. And LOS time this orbit is 11119er31. Correction, make that for the next orbit. You already have the ALS LOS for this orbit.
Well, even as the world watches the
Roger on time, and you want to cycle a fan and cryo-hydrogen?
preparation for this spacewalk, Houston has to keep a close eye, of course, on the command module, which is the vehicle to bring these men home after a successful spacewalk. Unless Mike Collins keep that vehicle running and running well under the advisory of Houston, there's no way for the fellows to get home after a successful spacewalk.
I'd like to correct you. This would be a lunar walk.
Yeah, a lunar walk.
Oddly enough, both of us are right. They're in space on the moon.
Have your water valve on, Mark?
According to the flight plan, there's about 10 minutes between the time they open the hatch and Armstrong climbs out. Maybe out there at Grumman, Bethpage, Long Island, Scott McLeod, the test astronaut for Grumman aircraft, could tell us what they do in that 10 minutes between hatch opening and climbing down the ladder. Scott, you're all buttoned up there. I don't know whether you can talk to us or not from that position.
Walter, I can hear you. I'm not sure whether you can hear me or
You're
not.
talking, you're...
But,
it's just going to you inside that space helmet, I guess.
What they're doing now is thoroughly checking all of their system, all of their connectors on the suit, and making sure that all preparations are completed prior to egressing from the lens.
Right, I talked over a little of that. You want to just tell us once more, Scott, what you're doing? I'm sorry, I wasn't getting you. I had the wrong button punched here at our console.
All right, what I was saying, Walter, is that they are making sure that all the
They've
preparations...
been on the PLSSs now for 16 and a half minutes.
All the preparations that they have been taking on the RCU, on the suit, on all the locks they were referring
Columbia,
to,
this is Houston.
are
We
completed.
show you near the
Thank you, Scott.
antenna scan limit. When you lose lock on us, we request Omni Delta. Omni Delta when you lose lock, over.
Delta when you lose. Roger, I'll be down.
Communications data being passed from
We're 8
Houston
minutes
to
away from
Columbia.
loss of signal on
Command
Columbia.
module.
You know, I think the communications with Neil and Buzz are better than we have with Scott. Scott and Cloud. Can we explain that?
They really are.
Okay, my wind is clear. I'm going to go to... I might cooling up a little bit. Okay, my wind is clear. All RCU windows are clear. MC circuit is 4243.
This is Aldrin.
And okay. FN pressure light, a 3 amp light, and an ECS light. Down we got a water separator light. Water, I'll check. Right. And I'll look at your cabin fan, one circuit breaker. You look at the glycol secondary.
These are the conversations between Neil Armstrong and Ed Aldrin in the lunar module as Armstrong gets ready to step out. And
Neil Armstrong suit pressure 4 point.
It's cooling now. Me too. Okay. Glycol pump secondary circuit breaker open. I can see this. I have to lean this way. Can't go any further. My cabin fan one is, yeah, that's good. Can you check it? It's open. Verified. Okay. Pings radar circuit breaker's open. Well, I'm looking head on at it. I'll get it. Okay, let's get your antenna. Well, okay. Now ready to go down and get some move. My antenna's out. Right? Okay, now we're ready to hook up the LEC here. Alright, that should go down. Hey, with no twists now. Put the bag out this way. That's even. Hey, you hooked up there? Okay, now we need to hook this. Yeah, move that up there. Okay. Okay, your visor. Yeah.
They're going through this checklist of the various suit functions,
Your back is up
connections,
against the bird.
item by item, checklist, as Aldrin and Armstrong check off Armstrong's equipment and Aldrin's equipment.
Now you're clear.
They have to check out both because Armstrong will not be back in the spacecraft to check out Aldrin when he gets ready to follow Armstrong to the lunar surface.
You're lined up nicely. Forward me a little bit. Down. Okay, now you're clear. You're catching the first hinge often. So what hinge? All right, move. Your roll to the left.
For those of us who can't look outside a window and see the moon because of cloud cover, that's the way it looks over Southern California tonight.
Move your left foot
They're just
to
a
the right
little bit to the
Okay, that's good.
side of that terminator line over to the right.
Just slightly to the right of that line.
The black line.
It'll never look the same again, will it?
Afraid not.
Okay, now I'm going to check gas here. Okay, not quite squared away. Hold to the right a little.
Now Aldrin's directing him through the hatch opening.
That's okay. That's good.
He can't see where he's going. He's backing out of the hatch.
It's so close on the back.
He wants to guide him very carefully. He didn't want to
You're doing fine.
catch on the side of that opening. It's a delicate suit and backpack. He's guiding him out.
Okay, you want this bag? Jump. Better.
He's on that little golden front porch. Handrails there. And then from the front porch down on the first rung of the ladder.
Okay, Houston, I'm on the porch.
Roger, Neil.
Okay, stand by, Neil.
Columbia, this is Houston, 1 minute, 30 seconds to LOS. All systems go, over.
Over the arm in it, Neil. Okay. Get a little slack?
That line you see being fed out in our simulation by the man simulating Buzz Aldrin is the tether attached to the collar. It's used to lower and raise equipment to the spacecraft. It's called the
Neil
LEC.
Armstrong on the porch at 109 hours, 19 minutes, 16 seconds.
The 2 hours and 40 minutes of extravehicular activity, that is, of the walk on the moon, begins with the hatch opening.
You need more slack, Bud? No, hold it just a minute. Okay.
That was at 10 hours, 10:40 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so the 2 hours.
25 minutes of PLSS time expended now.
2 hours and 40 minutes, that would.
Okay, everything's nice and straight in here. Okay, can you pull the door open a little more? Right? Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they'd be inside and buttoned up again.
Did you get the main down? I'm going to pull it down.
At 1:20 a.m.
Houston, the Mesa came down, all right.
No,
Houston, Roger, we
Mesa
copy.
deployed.
And standing by for your
We ought to
TD.
get the camera then in a moment.
we're having trouble with the simulator. It did pretty well on the moon.
Yeah, this shows the Mesa being deployed. It's running a little bit behind in the simulation from the actual timing. He just pulls a lanyard up there
Houston,
that drops
this
the.
is Neil, radio check.
Neil, this is Houston, loud and clear. Break. Buzz, this is Houston. Radio check and verified TV circuit breaker in.
Now we should be getting that picture.
Roger, TV circuit breaker's in. And stage 5 clear.
Roger.
If we're going to get there, it is.
And we're getting a picture on the TV.
Oh, great.
There it is.
You got a good picture, huh?
There's a great deal of contrast in it, and currently it's upside down on our monitor, but we can make out a fair amount of detail.
400 million people are turning up on their heads at the moment with those words. They're supposed to turn that picture over for us electronically.
Motion there.
The opening I ought to have on the camera.
Yeah, they turned it over now.
There's a foot coming down.
There it is. There's a foot coming down the steps.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
Neil, we can see you coming. Okay, I just checked, getting back up to that first step. That isn't collapsed too far, but
Roger, we copy.
Pretty good little jump.
So there's the foot on the moon, stepping down on the moon. If he's testing that first step, he must be stepping down on the moon at this point. 10.
Buzz, this is Houston. F2, 1/160th second for shadow photography on the sequence camera.
Okay. At the foot of the ladder, the LEM footbeds are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches, although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder. Ground mass is very fine.
Boy, look at those pictures. Wow. It's a little shadowy, but he said he expected that in the shadow of the lunar module. Armstrong is on the moon. Neil Armstrong, 38-year-old American, standing on the surface of the moon on this July 20th, 1969.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I think that was Neil's quote. I didn't understand it.
No, one small step for man, but I didn't get the second phrase. One of our monitors here at our space headquarters is able to hear that. We'd like to know what it was.
The surface is fine and powdery. I can pick it up loosely with my toe. It does adhere in fine layers, like powdered charcoal, to the sole and sides of my boot.
His quote was, that's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I can see the footprints of my boots and the treads in the fine sandy particles.
Neil, this is Houston. We're copying.
Oh, thank you, television, for letting us watch this one.
Isn't this something? 240 miles, 1,000 miles out there in the moon, and we're seeing this.
There seems to be no difficulty in moving around as we suspected. It's even perhaps easier than the simulations of 16G that we performed in various simulations on the ground. Absolutely no trouble to walk around.
See, that's good news.
The descent engine did not leave a crater of any size. It has about 1 foot clearance on the ground. We're essentially on a very level place here. I can see some evidence of rays emanating from the descent engine, but very insignificant amount.
To hurry up and fix that simulation.
Yeah. Now we're getting a negative picture back. Switch to negative polarity.
Are we ready to bring down the camera? I'm all ready. I think it's 2 miles squared away in good shape. Okay.
That's
Okay, you'll have to pay out all the LEC. That looks like it's coming out nice and evenly.
That's the lunar equipment conveyor, that tether
Quite
line.
dark here in the shadow and a little hard for me to see it. I have good footing. I'll work my way over into the sunlight here without looking directly into the sun.
I don't know where in the Houston converter or where this picture has gone to negative polarity, but we hope to get it fixed shortly. At least we can make out the figure of Neil Armstrong there.
Unofficial time on the first step, 109.2420.
I think it's pulling the wrong one. I'm ready to pull it down now. There was still a little bit left in the... Okay, don't hold it quite so tight. Okay?
As we said, this is like a clothesline. going to bring down a sequence camera now for pictures. And then a little later on in the...
Looking up at the lamb, I'm standing directly in the shadow now, looking up at Buzz in the windows. And I can see everything quite clearly. The light is sufficiently bright, backlighted into the front of the lamb, that everything is very clearly visible.
So man's first words, Neil Armstrong's first words, setting foot on the moon were,
Okay, I'm going to be changing it.
that's one small step for man,
Okay.
one giant leap for mankind. He found the bottom step of the ladder slightly awry, but says it gives no difficulty in climbing back up to the lunar module when they complete this walk. He's found the surface far more powdery than they had anticipated. He's sinking in by about 1/8 of an inch. You can see his footprints in the fine particles, lunar dust adhering to his boot. No difficulty in moving around, easier than the simulations on Earth. He has about 25 minutes of activity here alone on the moon's surface, testing the environment, moving around like this, taking a good look at the lunar module, which he's given us a check on. Seems to be in good shape. Very little scoring of the moon's surface by the descent propulsion system engine. The pads settled nicely, but not very deeply, into this fine powdery sand, or fine powdery surface of the moon. Apparently it's in good position to provide the platform for takeoff, or we have heard something about that by now from him.
The surgeon says that
Camera installed on the ICU bracket.
the surgeon says the crew is doing well. Data is good, crew is doing well.
I'm still in the LEC on the secondary strut.
That would seem to indicate that they're not overexerting, I gather.
That's good
They're
news.
not
That's
using
right.
too much oxygen, or they're not too much heat for the cooling system.
Another one of our concerns erased, the fact that there isn't that much work, they're not stressing
Step
it.
out and take some of my first pictures here.
He's got the Hasselblad camera looking now. I think that's the one that was lowered to him for still pictures. It's not the sequence camera, which I believe stays in the lunar module.
Roger, Neil, we're reading you loud and clear. Let's see, get some pictures and the contingency sample.
I think that the flight plan actually called for him to take the contingency sample first and then the pictures. As I recall, all of my reading of the plan up to now, the contingency sample went
35.5 minutes of PLSS time expended now.
Confirmed too that they're on a very level place there, which is good, and was partly because of his own skill in making that manual landing after it looked like they were coming down in a very rough area.
You know, it may be that Neil elected not to gather up a contingency sample because he feels there's no contingency here. He's showing great confidence that they'll do everything they intend to do.
It very well could be.
This is Houston. Do you copy about the contingency sample, over?
All right, you're going to get to that just as soon as I finish these picture series.
Well, he kind of twisted the order around a little bit. You may be right, Wally, as to what's in his mind, because the contingency sample really is superfluous if they go on with the rest of the walk and get the full samples, the 100 pounds or so of rock, and the documented samples of rock, in which they identify rock by rock, where they got it, and picture where they got it, and all that sort of thing. Although Newell's kind of shaking his head there about that. I think Newell Trask wants that contingency sample first, just like I said in the flight plan. Want to be sure he gets that pocket full of surface rock.
Make sure we get something.
Right.
I have an idea we're going to get everything we want.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's just going so beautifully.
The moving around and the exertion that they're showing in doing that, or that Neil's showing so far, is, of course, the great thing that they've learned already. And
Okay, going to get the contingency sample there in here.
now Aldrin's been bugging him for it. Commander's going to get tired of those kibitzers in a minute and get them up to a contingency sample just to quiet them. Nag, nag, nag.
They stepped out of the field of view. I wonder what he's up to now.
Okay, the contingency sample is down and it's up sample.
Contingency sample.
It's a little difficult to dig through the initial crust. Very interesting. It's a very soft surface, but here and there where I plug with the contingency sample collector, I run into very hard surface, but it appears to be very cohesive material of the same sort. I'm trying to get a rock in here.
Now he's got this little sort of bag on a sharp rim that he's dragging along with an extension handle across the surface. And he's finding, as he reports there, that it's hard to get it to dig in.
It has a stark beauty all its own. It's like much of the high desert of the United States. It's different, but it's very pretty out here.
Very pretty.
That's the first compliment the moon's had.
A lot of the rock samples out here, the hard rock samples, have what appear to be vesicles in the surface.
There to be what, Noah?
Also, I'm looking at one now that appears to have some sort of phenocryst.
Phenocryst, typical of volcanic rock.
Houston, roger that. Okay, the handle is off the it pushes in about 6 to 8 inches into the surface. Like it's pretty easy to it is. It's I'm sure I could push it in farther, but it's hard for me to bend down farther than that. Now you could throw so far. You can really throw things a long way up here. My pocket open, bud? Yes, it is. It's not up against your suit, though. Hit it back once more. Work more toward the inside. Okay, that's good. Put in the pocket? Yeah, push down. Got it? No, not all the way in. Push. Good. There you go. Contingency sample is in the pocket. My oxygen is 81%. I have no flags, and I'm in minimum flow. This is Houston, or Roger Neil. Okay, I got the camera going at 1 frame a second. Okay. And I've got 80%, no flags. Good. Are you getting a TV picture now, Houston? Neil, yes, we are getting a TV picture. This is Houston. We're getting a picture. You're not in at the present time. We can see the bag on the LEC being moved by Buzz, though. Here you come into our field of view.
Hey, look at the bounding step.
Oh, let me move that over the edge for you. Okay, ready for me to come out? Yeah, just stand by a second. I'll move this over the handrail.
Talk about being super casual.
Yeah. Boy, it looks like fun, doesn't it? Hope it doesn't get too casual.
All right, that's got it. Are you ready? All set.
I almost thought that was a simulation. He was moving so fast.
Okay, you saw what difficulties I was having. I'll try to watch your bliss from underneath here.
Aldrin about to emerge, apparently, from the spacecraft. And Armstrong's going to try to help guide him from below. Said he'd watch his bliss, his portable life support system, as he climbs out so they can hit the top of the hatch.
Okay, your bliss looks like it's clear and okay. The toes are about to come over the sill. Okay, now drop your bliss down. There you go, you're clear. And laterally you're good. Got an inch clearance on top of your bliss. Okay, you need a little bit of arching of the back to come down. How far are my feet from the edge? Okay, you're right at the edge of the porch. Okay. Back in from... Small little foot movement. Porch. Arching of the back. Moment comes up and clears the... okay, without any trouble at all. Looks good.
Minutes PLSS time expended.
It's 45 minutes out of a total of 4
Neil, this is
hours.
Houston. Based on your camera transfer with the LEC, do you foresee any difficulties in SRC transfer over? Difficulties in SRC?
Negative.
SRC is this sample rock container that
That's
the
the
box.
sample return containers, the rock boxes that Capcom.
Now I want to back up and partially close that.
In case anybody comes by, they want the door closed.
This camera angle makes those steps look like they're vastly higher than they really
Making
are.
sure not to lock it on my way out. Particularly good thought.
What do you say?
I'll make sure not to lock it.
You want to take good care of it. Okay, I'm on the top step and I can look down over the RCU and landing gear pad. It's a very simple matter to hop down from one step to the next.
There he comes.
Yes, I found it to be very comfortable and walking is also very comfortable. You've got 3 more steps and then a long one.
Watch that last step.
I guess they expected that strut to compact a little bit more, but as a result, it's a long step from
Okay, I'm going to leave that 1 foot up there and both hands down about the 4th rung up. There you go.
Welcome home.
And now we have
Okay, now I think I'll
2 Americans on the moon.
A little more. About another inch. There you got it. That's a good step. Yep. About a 3-footer.
3 foot per step with 1/6 gravity, and look at that. It's like being on a...
Beautiful view. Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here. Magnificent desolation.
Like walking on a trampoline.
Oh, my.
Aldrin's first word.
DLSS is nominal.
Beautiful view.
Consumables.
Looks like the secondary strut have little thermal effects on it right here, Neil. Yeah, I noticed that. Seems to be the worst, although similar effects are on all around. Very fine powder, isn't it? Is this fine? Right in this area, I don't think there's much of any fine powder. Some clouds together, it's hard to tell whether it's a cloud or a rock. Notice how you can pick it up? Yeah, and it bounces and then...
Yeah, look at this Geländersprung back here.
Reaching down, fairly easy. Got my suit dirty at this stage. The mass of the backpack does have some effect in inertia. There's a slight tendency I can see now to backwards due to the soft, very soft texture. You're standing on a rock, big rock there now.
Very shortly now, Armstrong's to take the camera out of that tray and move it out to about 30 feet from the spacecraft, so we'll have a view of the entire area.
That's no crater there at all from the engine. No. I wonder if that right under the engine is winter profiling. I'd like that. Yeah, I think that's a good representation of our sideward velocity of touchdown. That folded the probe. I'll see that probe over on the minus Y strut. Open off and bent back up. That did, didn't it? Other two boats bent over.
Aldrin's following the flight plan and testing his
Can't say too
mobility
much
now.
for the visibility right here without the visor up. Pretty dark. It looks like there's a surface of a flat, rounded rock. And incidentally, these rocks, very powdery surface. Say again, please, Buzz. You're cutting out. And just again, please, Buzz. I say that the rocks are rather slippery. Roger. Very powdery surface. When it's on there, it's fill up all the very little fine porises. They'll tend to slide over it rather easily.
That would be Armstrong working right up at the camera lens, detaching the camera to move it out that 30 feet, set it up on a stand, and then focus it back at the entire command module. He's moving it
Neil
now.
Armstrong getting ready to move the TV camera now out to its panorama position.
Quite good. Picture area.
Oh, the picture's inverted again.
Start to lose my balance in one direction, and recovery is quite natural and very easy. And moving arms around, Jack doesn't go off the surface. Not quite that light-footed. And I have the insulation off the Mesa now, and Mesa seems to be in good shape. You have to be careful that you're leaning in the direction you want to go, otherwise you slightly inebriated. 80. So you have to cross your foot over to stay underneath where your center of mass is. Hey Neil, didn't I say we might see some purple rocks? Find a purple rock? No.
Oh, Newell Trask is so happy, just beaming over there.
Very
Purple
small,
rock.
sparkly fragments are rock. They're like the sun in places. I would make a first guess at some sort of biotite. We'll leave that to the further analysis. But
Those Aldrin's transmissions are breaking up.
oil compacts underneath. Completely. No. Said you don't sink down more than a quarter of an inch.
I guess
Biotite is a brown mica substance.
Okay, Houston, I'm going to change lenses on you. Roger, Neil.
they've got 3 lenses, I believe, along on this
Life
light.
support consumables still looking good.
Wide angle 30 millimeter, 90 millimeter.
Okay, Houston, tell me if get a new picture. Neil, this is Houston. That's affirmative. We're getting a new picture. You can tell it's a longer focal length lens. And for your information, all LEM systems are go. Over. For your information, all LEM. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I believe the camera is still in the Mesa tray, but he hasn't moved it out. I can't tell for sure, but it should be a much wider view, range of view from out several feet away. So
It would appear to be, yes. It looks like we have...
Neil is now unveiling the plaque that is. Roger, we got you four-sided, but back to one side.
they're taking the cover off of the stainless steel plaque, mounted on one leg
If you
there.
haven't read the plaque, we'll read the plaque that's on the front landing gear of this lamb. There's 2 hemispheres, one showing each of the 2 hemispheres of Earth. Underneath it says, "Dear men from the planet Earth, first set foot upon the moon, July 1969, A.D. It came in peace for all mankind." It has the crew members' signatures and the signature of the President of the United States.
Oh, boy.
Ready for the camera? I'll get it. There, you're taking TV on now.
Those words of Neil's,
Check
too.
the LEC there.
As he set foot on the moon. 56 minutes and 20 seconds after 10
I'm
o'clock
afraid
Eastern
these
Daylight Time.
lost materials are going to
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, he said.
Yeah, surface material, powdery. I don't know how good your lens is, but if you can touches above.
This powdery smudge on his glove is what he's referring to from the surface material.
Very much like a very finely powdered carbon. But pretty looking. You pull out some of my cable for me, Buzz? Houston, how close are you able to get things in focus?
This is Houston. We can see Buzz's right hand. It's somewhat out of focus. I'd say we were focusing down to probably about 8 inches to a foot behind the position of his hand when he was pulling out the cable.
That's the, I guess, the television cable on the camera. And they are, I
Temperature of the
suppose, now moving
camera
up.
is showing cold. I'm a little cool. I think I'll take. No. I'm on intermediate now, Houston, and I show 3.78. No flags, 74.
Houston, roger out.
And we'll probably need a little distant back location television camera.
The view over to the horizon we're getting as he moves that camera.
Yes.
And Neil, let's look at the minus Y strut. The direction of travel there. Traveling from right to left. Right. So this one over here underneath the SN for the probe first hit. Minus my probe for the tip. I got plenty of cable. You got plenty more. Okay, I think I got the end of it. Something interesting in the bottom of this little crater here. Maybe, keep going. We got a lot more. Okay. Getting a little harder to pull out here.
If you stand on the ladder facing forward, the minus Y strut is the landing gear to your left.
Hey, I am, Buzz. 40, 50 feet. Why don't you turn around and let them get a view from there and see what the field of view looks like. Go back it into the cable. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Turn around to your right. Be better. I don't want to go into the sun if I can avoid it. That's right, yeah. Just leave it. All right, let it sit like that and walk around it. Houston, how's that field of view going to be? Pick up the mesa far away? Good.
Well, look at that reflection where that moon hits that bright
Neil,
surface
this
of the
is
steps.
Houston. The field of view is okay. We'd like like you to aim it a little bit more to the right, over.
Okay. Okay, that's all the cable we have.
The director still has control.
I'll start working on the shoulder.
A little bit too much to the right. Can you bring it back left about 4 or 5 degrees? Okay, that looks good, Neil.
Okay, that looks good. Okay, now, think ought to be farther away or closer? Can't get too much further away. Let's try it like that for a while. I'll get a couple panoramas with it here.
Roger, you look okay as far as distance goes, Neil, and we'll line you up again when you finish the panorama. You're going too fast on the panorama sweep. You're going to have to stop for...
I haven't stopped. I haven't set it down yet. That's the first picture in the panorama. Right there.
Sergeant.
Neural trash, does that look about like you thought it might look?
Yes, it does. Well, I think we have to compliment Surveyor for
Just
doing such a fine job.
northeast. Tell me if you got a picture, Houston.
We've got a beautiful picture, Neil.
Okay, I'm going to move it.
Okay, there's another good one. Okay, we got that one.
Okay, now this one's right down sun, straight west. And I want to know if you can see an angular rock in the foreground.
Roger, we have a large angular rock in the foreground, and looks like a much smaller rock a couple of inches to the left of it, over.
Right, and on beyond it about 10 feet is an even larger rock that's very rounded. That rock is about, the closest one to you is about sticking out of the sand about 1 foot. It's about 1.5 feet long, and it's about 6 inches thick, but it's standing on edge.
Roger.
Okay, Neil, I've got the table out. Got a bag deployed.
We got this to you, Neil.
Straight south.
Roger, and we see the shadow of the limb.
Oh, yeah.
In the hills, Roger, the little hills just beyond the shadow of the limb is a pair of elongate craters. About probably the pair together is 40 feet long and 20 feet across, and they're probably 6 feet deep. We'll probably get some more work in there later.
Roger, and we see Buzz going about his work.
How's that for a final?
For a final orientation, we'd like it to come left about 5 degrees, over. Back to the right about half as much.
Okay.
Okay, that looks good there, Neil.
Okay.
1 hour, 7 minutes time expended.
Looks like it's just casually walking.
Make a mark, Houston. you can use the shadow that the staff makes to assist you in getting it perpendicular.
Buzz is erecting the solar wind experiment now.
Solar wind, of course, is not a wind as we know it on Earth here. That is something you feel against your cheek. It's a flow of protons from
Some of these
the
small
sun.
depressions, they soft, and you tend to think, oh, maybe 2 or 3 inches. I can suggest exactly what the layer pictures showed when they pushed away a little bit. You could force transmitted through the upper surface of the soil in about 5 or 6 inches of bay. It breaks loose and moves as if it were caked on the surface when in fact it really isn't. I noticed in the soft spots where we have footprints nearly an inch deep that the soil is very cohesive and it will retain a slope of probably 70 degrees on the side of the.
To wear them away, they might stay there for quite a long time. This is Armstrong, Jan Armstrong in Houston, said it for all of us. He said, I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Did it come on? Oh, did I get the number? Take that part. Go out here with. Head up the rocker.
Now they're collecting now the bulk rock samples. These are the ones that they'll put in a bag and then into the box, the vacuum box. That looks like the
You'll have to extend that one.
sort of like the core they drive down in, doesn't it, Noah?
Can't really tell.
Columbia, this is Houston, ALS, over. Houston, ALS, over.
They've got a core, a piece of pipe, in effect, that they attach onto this handle, and then
Neil Armstrong's been on the lunar surface now almost 45 minutes.
they can hammer that into the surface and get a sample down below the actual surface, which they already have contaminated with the descent engine and by their presence. Then get down below that contamination, also get a sample of core down to almost a foot or so, I think it is, Noel, isn't it?
16 inches.
16 inches.
Exactly.
Get a little something more than they can get by scraping on the surface itself.
Houston, Columbia, 9 gain, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear, over.
Yeah, this is Houston reading. Yeah, reading you loud and clear. How's it going?
Roger, the EVA is progressing beautifully. I believe they're setting up the flag now.
You know, they started out behind time on this.
I
And
guess
they
you're
caught
about the
up.
only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene.
Yes, this is the flag, not the core sample.
That's all right, I don't mind a bit.
Mike Collins says he doesn't mind a bit not having television right now.
How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike, it really is.
There it is, a U.S. flag on the surface of the moon.
Quite decent?
Yes, indeed. They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface.
Beautiful, just beautiful.
That flag is on a frame. There is no wind to hold it out like that, of course. It's a 3x5 flag, and it's got a frame of its own to hold it out. Nothing more really is needed here, but it does seem that there ought to be some music.
Very good.
It won't go out. Okay.
I think they're having a little trouble getting that driven into the surface.
Lightly he moves back.
I think they're taking pictures of each other with a Hasselblad camera.
Yep.
Exactly what they're doing. The first tourists on the moon. From their description, it sounds like someplace we might want to go after all. Aldrin called it magnificent desolation, Armstrong's stark beauty all its own. Different from the United States desert, but very pretty out here. As you said, Wally, the first kind words about the moon, from 69 miles up or even 10 miles up as Apollo 10, they didn't think it was so pretty. These fellows on the surface think that there's something about it.
Neil, this is Houston, radio check, over.
Maybe they think of it not so pretty, but it's their own.
Roger, Houston, line's clear. Roger, line's clear, Houston. Roger, Buzz.
Well, I like the idea of not claiming it, but I think they can claim it for now at least.
That's right. It's theirs today. They can't claim it under the Declaration of the United Nations resolution, which we all agreed to, that we would not claim the moon or use it for military purposes. So this planting of a flag is not the old 16th, 15th, 16th, 17th century business of planting a flag and claiming territory. It's to put the United States flag there to let the world know that we're there. To sense the pride the American people feel in this tremendous accomplishment and the contribution they've made to it.
The various paces that a person can traveling on the lunar surface. I believe I'm out of your field of view. Is that right now, Houston?
That's affirmative, Buzz. You're in our field of view now.
You do have to be. All right, you do have to be rather careful to keep track of where your center of mass is. Sometimes it takes about 2 or 3 paces to make sure that you've got your feet underneath you.
See the powder come up there. Look at that.
And about 2 or 3 or maybe 4 easy paces can bring you to a fairly smooth stop.
We're going to get pretty frisky up there.
Direction. Like a football player, you just have to put out to the side, cut a little bit. So-called kangaroo hop does work, but it seems one that I'm using now would get rather tiring after several hundred. But this may be a function of the suit as well as lack of gravity force here.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Could we get both of you on the camera for a minute, please?
I think we're going to have an announcement here. They wanted both of them in the field of view.
Roger, we'd like to get both of you in the field of view of the camera for a minute.
Yeah, I think something rather important is coming up here.
Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over.
That would be an honor.
Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you have done. For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure that they too join with Americans in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here representing not only the United States, but men of peace of all nations, and with interest and a curiosity and with a vision for the future. Honor for us to be able to participate here today.
And thank you very much, and I look forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday.
Splashdown should be on Thursday, 1,250 miles southwest of the Pacific, south of Honolulu, Hawaii in the Pacific.
Roger, I've got a P-22 auto optics pad for you.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, P-22, landmark ID, LEM, T1, 110,
Mark ID.
2656. T2, 110, 32.
Here we are with the engineering data again.
3
It's,
miles south.
It brings the whole thing down
Time
to
of
earth.
closest approach,
Oh,
110,
You know, one of the
3340.
really sad things,
Shaft,
an electrical storm out in
353,
Flagstaff, Arizona, has denied the picture of this
855.
landing to the people out at the geophysical laboratory out there, geological laboratory, who drew up the maps for the whole trip,
4905.
worked and slaved on this thing for years, and now they're not getting the television picture because of electrical storm.
Yaw 0.
Similarly, there's been electrical storm in Falls Church, Virginia, and Cottage Park, Maryland, outside of Washington. They're not getting the picture either.
Roger.
Electricity interrupted. There is the landing craft.
Very interesting to note that when I kicked my foot, it failed with about the same angle of departure and velocity. Just from where I stand, the large portion of them will impact at a certain distance out. There are several percentage, of course, that will impact different regions out, but it's highly dependent upon initial trajectory upward. Determine where most of the priority of the particle comes down, like the terrain. Roger, Buzz, and break, Columbia. This is Houston. When you track out of high gain antenna limits, request Omni Delta. Omni Delta, over. I've noticed several times in going from the sunlight into shadow that just as I go in, I catch an additional reflection off the limb. Along with the reflection off my face onto the visor, makes visibility very poor just at the transition sunlight into the shadow. I essentially have so much glare coming onto my visor, I'm under shadow, till helmet actually gets shadow, and then it takes a short while for my eyes to adapt to lighting conditions. Inside the shadow area, visibility, as we've said before, is not too great, but both visors up. We can certainly get what sort of footprints we have and the general condition of the soil. And after being out in the sunlight a while, it takes watch it, Neil, you're on the cable. Okay. Yeah, link up your right foot. Right foot. It's still, your toe is still hooked in it. That one? Yeah, it's still hooked in it. Wait a minute. Okay, you're clear now. Thank you. Let's move that over this way.
Neil Armstrong has the scoop for the bulk sample collection.
They've got about another hour and 5 minutes of extravehicular activity before the hatches should be closed. That probably means about an hour more on the surface, a little less than that perhaps.
Have completely disappeared now into this ball. Still don't know exactly what color to describe this other than grayish cocoa color. Seems to be covering most of the wider part of the boot. Color that very fine particles. Buzz, this is Houston. You're cutting out on the end of your transmission. Can you speak a little more closely into your microphone, over? Microphone, over. Roger, I'll try that. Beautiful. Well, I had that one inside my mouth that time. Sounded a little wet.
Oh.
A little wet.
Neil's been on the surface an hour now. Buzz, not quite 20 minutes less than that.
In general, time spent in the shadow doesn't seem to have any thermal effects. Maybe we still inside the suit. There is a difference
this is Houston, over. Columbia, this is Houston, over.
One hour and a half expended on the PLSSs now.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
We're working on this moon sample, rock sample. Take the scoop and scoop up some of the rocks, put them in a bag that then be transferred into the
Columbia, this is Houston,
receiving
over.
box to preserve the vacuum until opened on the surface here.
Columbia, Delta. Roger, you should have VHF AOS with the LEM right about now. The VHF LOS will be at 40 minutes, 15 seconds, over.
As these fellows go bounding around on the moon, you have to realize they're in 1/6 gravity. Actually, if they wore that full pack and at their weight, well, Neil Armstrong on Earth would weigh 360 pounds. He'd hardly be moving like that. On the moon, he weighs 60 pounds. With the backpack, the whole suit. Now, there's a scoop. You've got a pretty good picture of it there. He's got that kind of a square bucket-like scoop on the end of the extension arm. And he's drags that across the surface.
Crewmen averaging between 90 and 100. Flight surgeon reports they're right on the predicted number of the BTU units expended in energy of work. And he thinks they're in great shape.
I'd say they're lower than predicted.
I look around the area, the contrast in general is about lately by virtue of the shadows, almost deep. Looking down sun, zero phase, very light colored gray, light gray colored, like the halo around my own shadow, around the shadow of my helmet. Then as I look off cross sun, the contrast becomes strongest in that the surrounding color is still fairly light. As you look down into the sun, a larger amount of shadowed areas looking toward us. The general color of the surrounding is darker than cross sun. Contrast is not as great. Surveying all the dusty area that we've picked up, considerably darker in texture now. I've picked up one. I imagine that this has been now by certain practices. That's what this means for bear. The same is true as I survey cross sun along the area that we've been walking. General, is to the fact that there are footprints there. General terrain where I've been up out of this surface trail is generally of a darker contrast, in color.
Incidentally, for those of you trying to take pictures off your television tube of these men on the moon, a couple of hints from the CBS News photography department regarding this matter. First of all, for those with simple cameras, Instamatic sight.
Neil Armstrong bringing scoop.
Around, I'll be taking about 30 to 40 feet out to plus. But,
We've got about an hour more of this.
so it seems the plus V strut. Roger. Right in this area, there are two craters. The one that's right in front of me now, as I look off in about the 11 o'clock position from spacecraft, about 30 to 35 feet across. And several rocks to boulders, 6, 8 inches across, the main sizes.
CBS News photographers suggest if you're trying to take a picture with a simple camera, that is one that you can't focus or change the lens opening, stand back at least 5 feet, turn up the brightness of your television set, use Tri-X film if possible, stand at least 5 feet away.
Picture. Buzz is behind the limb at the minus Z strut.
You've got an adjustable camera. They suggest Tri-X film with a 5/6 lens setting, shutter speed of 1/30th of a second.
The landing, you're directly opposite the ladder.
That's for black and white, of course. Tri-X is black and white. I'll repeat that. F5/6 opening, speed of 1/30th of a second. Daylight color film, they suggest. The lens set at f2.8, a shutter speed of 1/15th of a second. And to minimize the bluish cast, you're likely to get using 81A or skylight filter. If you haven't got those, well, of course, you can rush out and get them now. It's the middle of the night, wherever you are. But if you have them, that's the suggestion of the CBS photographic team. If you've got it
on the surface about an hour and 10 minutes now.
Got it between the lens shutter, that might eliminate that dark bar that you're trying to get across the screen because of the scanning of the television picture, which we don't see with the eye, but the camera operating at speed stops that bar and you see it frequently.
I'm now in the area of the minus Y strut. Taking some next photograph.
One of the important things we're finding out now, with more than an hour of walking on the moon behind us.
Buzz is making his way around the limb, photographing it from various angles, looking at its condition on all sides.
Is it the energy expended, the heat rates, the body temperature, the cooling system of the spacesuit? All of these things are working right as they had planned them. There's been no
Neil's
particular
still
strain.
occupied with the bulk sample.
That's of the rocks, of course, which he seems to indicate, Wally, that we're going to be able to go a lot farther, a lot more exploration in the future flights.
Without the pain we've had with our old EVA, this really is a great breakthrough. I believe that we're doing better.
40 minutes time expended on the PLSSs now.
I believe they're doing better than predicted, only in that they're having a lot more motion than we anticipated. They're romping around up there.
That's right. The slow movement that had been predicted hasn't taken place.
Bulk sample is just being sealed.
they got 15 rocks sealed as samples, which these are the documented rocks, presumably the ones that they take up individually, photograph where they got them and how the conditions under which they picked them up, put them in a pouch with a proper number on it to identify, and gives them specifics. These aren't just the raw rock samples. Presumably they have completed that job and have a couple of boxes of those, which mean 100 pounds or so of rock. Now they're getting the specific documented samples.
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, over. Roger, no marks on the limb that time. I did see a suspiciously small white object push forward and burn. Go ahead with the coordinates on the small white object. Echo decimal 3 and 7 decimal 6. And Columbia, this is Houston. While I'm talking to you, LOS will be at 111, 19er, 31. AOS 112, 05, 43. Over.
I suppose you understood that transmission of Mike Collins high above, 69 miles above them, in the orbiting command module Columbia. He said that he thought he saw a white object down below that might be them, but on the other hand, it was on,
copy LOS, AOS,
on the other hand, it was on the rim of a crater, and he was sure that if that was the lunar module, they'd know that they were there on the rim of a crater.
Roger, out.
I suppose it could be, couldn't it, that the definition rule of a crater from 69 miles up, if it were a shallow enough crater, might be such that they wouldn't recognize it?
That is possible. It seems to me if Mike would see it as a crater, that they'd see it as a crater too. Lighting's the same.
You know, there's not much light on the limb itself, which may make it very difficult to see.
Yeah.
What we see here is a very dim object. Just imagine what problem it would be to see from the spacecraft.
Yeah, it's got just that little bit of reflected surface from this angle anyway.
Quad 1 seems a bit more wrinkled. Update now on quad 4. You're breaking up again, Buzz. Breaking up again, Buzz. I say the jet deflector that's mounted on quad 4 seems to be, the surface of it seems to be more wrinkled than the one that's on quad 1. Generally, underneath part of the limb seems to have stood up quite well to the, look at some pictures in the half part of the limb that illuminate the thermal effects much better than we could get them up here in the front. Roger, out. Want to get some particular photographs of the bulk sample area, Neil? Okay.
Rosenthal, the Associated Press writer at the Space Center at Houston. He's got a wonderful lead on his story.
Houston, Buzz here. I'm showing 3.78 SI.
He said they kept the whole world waiting while they dressed to go out. But once there, the whole world saw Neil Armstrong's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Light warming figures.
Keeping the whole world waiting while they dressed to go out. Beautiful line. It did take them almost half again as long to prepare for that walk on the moon as they had planned for.
Roger, and Neil has 66%. O2, no flags. Minimum cooling, and the suit pressure is 382.
Houston, roger up.
All sounds like good figures, doesn't it, Wally?
Very good, particularly the minimum cooling. That's very consoling to see that perform so well.
Neil has finished collecting and packing the bulk sample.
Buzz, this is Houston. Have you removed the close-up camera from the Mesa yet? Over.
Negative, thank you.
It's really exciting to look at that first faltering step and see the great confidence they have now in just a little bit over an hour.
That adaptability of man that you were talking about earlier, Wally, is adapted to the weightlessness of space flight and now to the 1/6 gravity of the moon in just an hour, these men.
There were so many doubters about man's adaptability. It's unbelievable. They're all members of the club now, but it was a hard fight years ago.
Well, one of the arguments about not sending man up there is because he couldn't survive in the environment of space and on the moon.
Houston, that is our timeline appear to be going.
Roger, it looks like you're about a half hour slow on it. We're working on consumables, over.
All right.
Aren't you glad there are no chimpanzees standing there right now?
Set up by man as the first experimenters on the moon, first explorers. They're running about a half hour behind the plan, as you heard there from Mission Control a moment ago, of what they will do on the moon's surface. However, we heard a moment ago that they've finished packing the rock samples. We haven't heard of the deployment of the so-called early Apollo scientific experiments package.
Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. To clarify my last, your consumables are in good shape at this time. The 30-minute reference was with respect to the nominal timeline, over.
Roger, I understand that.
That ESEP package includes the deployment by Aldrin of a passive seismology experiment. That's a seismometer that they leave on the surface of the moon that will send back for a period of time reports on impact of meteorites on the moon's surface, of any earthquake activity on the moon. They'll also deploy a laser ranging retroreflector, it's called, which is a prism-like mirror with which lasers can, on Earth, and anybody can do it. They don't have to be United States experimenters in the space program necessarily. If you've got powerful enough laser, and a lot of people do around the world, you can try to focus on that reflector. And with a laser beam, that is the controlled beam of light to the moon, and the known time of the speed of light and the return of that light signal through the prism mirror, we will get measurements of the moon's wobble, of the Earth's wobble, even of the drift of our continents. from those measurements with laser. These are experiments yet to be
on the
deployed.
surface now, slightly over an hour and 20 minutes.
Don't note any abnormalities in the limb. Quads seem to be in good shape. The primary and secondary struts are in good shape. Antennas are all in place. There's no evidence of problem underneath the limb due to either the engine exhaust or drainage of any kind. Roger up. It's very surprising, very surprising lack of penetration of all four of the foot pads. I'd say if we were to try and determine just how far below the surface they would have penetrated, you'd measure for 3 inches, would you say, Neil? At the most, yeah. That fly strut there is probably even less than that.
You can see that clearly in the picture. The foot pads are clearly visible. They haven't sunk down into the surface enough to impair our picture of them at all.
Great job.
Foot pads are those discs, of course, at the bottom of the struts in which they landed.
I get a picture of the bus-wide strut taken from near the descent station. I think we'll be able to see a little bit better what the ripple effects are.
This success of the landing and the first walk on the moon, already CBS News White House correspondent Dan Rather reports, the White House Press Secretary Ron Ziegler and astronaut Frank Borman are saying that the president can be expected to make a policy decision with regard to exploration of Mars within the next 30 to 60 days.
Now, however, I was able to reach up and get hold of the pit pin and pull it loose. So it'll be deployed manually also. Roger.
We've heard from Vice President Agnew that what seems to be a feeling on his part, did not expressed in so many words, that his space council that will make the recommendation will be recommending going to Mars. Certainly, Agnew himself seems to be in favor of that.
Up the limb, 730 position at 60 feet.
That's Neil Armstrong to the left of the screen. By that.
Doors are closed and locked. Roger. Roger. Have you got us a good area picked out? Well, I think right out on that rise out there is probably as good as any.
Talking about spot to put that laser ranging
Stay on
experiment.
the high ground there and
I'm a little
seems to be
confused
quite minimal.
as to whether they've gotten the documented rock samples or not. No, we had a report that 15 rocks are sealed for samples. Well, 15 rocks sound like individual rocks, which would be the documented rocks, and yet that's the documented rock samples is the tail end of their series of experiments on the moon.
From what they said a little bit a while ago, I gathered it was the bulk sample that they were loading on.
Talking about 15 samples of
Yeah,
rocks,
I didn't
not
get the
15 rocks.
Spacecraft looking at the skirts of the descent stage.
All but I didn't actually hear the transmission, but the word has passed to me was 15 rocks were
A
sealed
rather
for samples.
minimal amount of radiating or etching away or erosion of the surface. And now on descent, both of us remarked that we could see a large amount of very fine outgassing from the surface after actual engine shutdown, but I recall I was unable to verify that.
They should be sealing the hatch just an hour from now if they stick with that 2 hours and 40 minutes from hatch opening to hatch sealing. That would mean I would make a very wild guess. I'd say they'd certainly start ingress in about a half hour. Ingress meaning getting back in.
Just too big an angle, Neil. Yep. I think you're right.
Well, so far now they've collected the contingency and the bulk rock sample. They've deployed the television set, of course. They've unveiled the plaque. They've deployed the flag. They put up the solar wind experiment. They've had that little ceremony with President Nixon, which they stood at attention near as they can in those suits as the president greeted them on the moon. And then a little salute from the two men standing either side of the flag they've deployed that you see over there to the right of the lunar module. Left to do is the ESEP deployment. That's the passive seismology experiment and the laser ranging reflector, and get the documented sample of rocks.
So back at the minus Z set now. Stereo pair we're taking it will make very little force of impact that we actually have.
They're still inspecting the lunar module.
This inspection has scientific value as well, seeing how the LEM has interacted with the surface.
Yep. How deep it sank and...
The camera will, okay, to work on the SEQ bay. Okay. Columbia, this is Houston. I noticed that... Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, bud. Okay. Try to get some closer pictures of that front. I was saying that Houston stop and take a photograph of something and then want to start moving again sideways. Quite a tendency to start doing it with just gradual sideways hops until you start getting center. Roger. Can you see us underneath the LEM over at the SEQ bay, Houston? Yes, indeed, Buzz. We can see your feet sticking out underneath the structure of the LEM descent stage. Okay, I'm just on the other side of the... now we can see you through the structure of the minus Z secondary strut.
The SEQ bay contains the scientific experiments to be left on the surface of the moon. The laser reflector.
They're open, and it looks like they're going to stay up without any problem. Columbia, this is Houston. We're about to lose you on the Omnis. Request high gain antenna. React mode. Pitch 20. Yaw 135. Over. Gonna pick an area, Neil. Make that yaw 175. Columbia, yaw 175 on the high gain. Corrallion's locked up on the high gain, Houston. Roger out.
surgeon says everything looks fine. An hour and a half of lunar surface time for Neil Armstrong.
Sometimes it's pretty hard to get perfectly level, too.
Which looks like that sort of staff sticking in there, kind of about half that size, and it's suspended so that it finds the vertical at all times. It's got shades and glass, so you take a picture and get the proper resolution of the camera.
I believe it is. Houston, I don't think there's any hope of using this leveling device to come up with an accurate level. It looks to me as though the cup here that the BB is in is now convex instead of concave, over.
There's a BB that's supposed to travel through a track. And
press on. Do you think it looks level by eyeball? Go ahead. Okay.
much like the carpenter's level, you have a little curved track.
Yeah.
The curve is going uphill instead of downhill.
How can that be?
Not very
The level
practical.
they're discussing is on a leveling device on the passive seismometer.
One going, huh?
You know what's really lacking is the huffing and puffing of the EVA and Gemini days.
Yeah, that's right. Sounded like the little locomotive in that old children's tale, I think I can, I think I can.
Yes.
The old days.
Good work.
So really,
Hey, whoa, stop. Back up. Wait. Houston, as I was facing the PSC, the right-hand solar array deployed automatically. The left hand, I had to manually training bar at the far end. And all parts of the solar array are clear of the ground now. So Buzz, this is Houston. Understand you did successfully deploy both solar arrays, over. Roger, that's affirmative. And there isn't any way of telling whether that's lined up. Not getting in the way. Maybe I could get down here. Well, that appears to be plenty.
You know what these pictures look like? Some of those early movies of science fiction of man on the moon, don't they?
so true.
Color, the black and white registration, the whole thing looks like those movies. Incredible. Just before they started this spacewalk, Aldrin, realizing they were deploying the camera,
This
said,
is Houston, over.
I sure wish I'd shaved last night. These
Hey, go ahead, Houston. Roger,
pictures,
we've been
it doesn't
looking
make
at your
much difference.
consumables, and you're in good shape. Subject to your concurrence, we'd like to extend the duration of the EVA 15 minutes from nominal. We will still give Buzz a hack at 10 minutes prior for heading in. Your current elapsed time is 2 plus 12, over.
So they get an extra 15 minutes on the moon surface. They've been
Okay,
doing
that
so
sounds
well.
fine. Roger out.
That would make the Aldrin's entrance into the lunar module, as we figure it very quickly here, about 5 minutes after the hour, 5 minutes after 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time.
2:12 is the time expended on the PLSS.
This is Houston. If you're still in the vicinity of the PSE, could you get a photograph of the ball level? Over. I'll do that, but... Right, we'll get a photograph of that. Houston, what time would you estimate we could allow for the documented sample? Over. Oh, shoot. I believe the ball is right in the middle now. Wonderful. Take a picture before it moves.
He's talking about that the little ball and the bubble and that fact.
Neil, this is Houston. We're estimating about 10 minutes for the document sampling. Over.
With the deployment of the passive seismic experiment and the laser reflector, that leaves only the documented rock sample to complete all of their tasks on the moon. They've got an extra 15 minutes to do it.
Columbia, this is Houston, over. Columbia, this is Houston, over. Tranquility Base, this is Houston. The passive seismic experiment has been uncaged, and we're observing short period oscillations in it. Over.
We're getting their footsteps. Passive seismic.
Very good. It's working. Did you understand that, Walter?
Oh, no. What's that, no?
The footsteps are actually working on the seismometer. So
I said they were getting oscillations. I assume they're from their footsteps.
Yeah. That was anticipated, was it not?
I guess so. I haven't...
Highly sensitive seismometer, huh?
Neil Armstrong has been on the surface now about an hour and 50 minutes.
You know, Walter, talking about standing on the moon, I begin to think maybe I wouldn't want to log that as flight time. I think that's unique enough to log as moon time.
You'd even forego flight pay for that, wouldn't you, Walter?
Anytime.
Time and a half, planet to planet.
If you miss, it's called overtime, I guess.
You know, words of an old song come to me. There ought to be a moonlight saving time to keep that moon out overtime.
Oh.
It's something these fellows probably would wish for right now, keep that moonwalk out overtime.
They're both coming back home here.
There you see them driving that core down now that we thought they were driving earlier when it turned out they were putting up the flag. There they are. He's got that geologist pick, and he's hammering on a little crossbar at the top of that core sampler, this piece of pipe, driving it into the moon's surface. Drive it down.
In the foreground, Buzz Aldrin is collecting a core tube sample.
It's going in quite easily, isn't it?
I hope you're watching how hard I have to hit this into the ground to the tune of about 5 inches, Houston.
Not quite so easy.
I guess it's not as easy to look.
They thought maybe they could put it in by hand without
Oh, really?
at all, yes.
Oh, I was impressed with the fact that I was thinking of the Mojave Desert, and it takes a sledgehammer to get a spike into that.
It almost looks wet.
Who said that?
Buzz said it almost looks wet.
Got it, sample.
I gather we've had some inquiries from some who perhaps weren't listening very closely when earlier we mentioned that glare on the screen on the left-hand side.
This is Houston. We'd like you to hear right.
For those who missed it, that glare is from the sun reflecting on one of the landing
We'd
struts.
like you all to get 2 core tubes and the solar wind experiment. 2 core tubes and the solar wind, over.
Roger.
The bright spot, of course, on the right there is the American flag. We don't have much definition of the bars, stars, but it's there.
I don't think there are many late viewers that might have missed that report earlier, do you?
No, I find it hard to imagine, but we did get some inquiries, so apparently some people did.
The core tubes provide material.
Get the next one, maybe you can turn away the box a little bit. Yeah, I'll take care of it. This is Houston. You have approximately 3 minutes until you must commence your EVA termination activities. Over. EVA termination activities. Over. Roger, understand. Columbia, this is Houston. Approximately 1 minute to LOS. Over. 1 minute. Columbia, roger. And do you plan on commencing your sleep on the backside this pass? If so, we'll disable uplink to you while we're talking to the LEM. Over. Negative that. Houston, were you able to record in a documentary way where the two samples were taken? Negative. Now, I didn't get a stereo pair of those two, but they're right in the vicinity of the solar wind. Neil, this is Houston. After you've got the core tubes and the solar wind, anything else that you can throw into the box would be acceptable.
In other words, don't be a litter bug?
I don't.
They're going to be litter bugs, though, as we know. They're going to leave a lot of equipment there on the moon's surface that they don't need to bring back with them.
Cap was right.
Indeed, they don't want to weigh down the
I got the cap.
ascent stage.
They're both good caps on around. Okay.
No, I can recall very well thinking it'd be great if we just got one rock back. Just think of all the things we're getting out of
Any
this
rocks at all.
Just
15 rocks is 15 more than a lot of people are probably going to get.
Oh, my. Your gang's going to be so busy diagnosing these things. It's unbelievable. there's that
Aldrin
panel.
retrieving the solar wind experiment.
You were right about...
Yeah. Oh, no, that will be return, won't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, the stuff to be left on the moon at the cost we have to pay for it in development and in engineering and in manufacture comes to about $1.25 million. $1.25 million, to phrase it properly. The two portable life support
Buzz,
systems
this is
there.
Houston. It's about time for you to start your EVA closeout activities.
They're worth $300,000 apiece, $500,000 just in those two life support systems.
They've been on their life support system. On their life support systems, 2 hours and 25 minutes.
One of the important things, though, Walter, is you have to leave some of that weight, or we would call it here mass, behind to be balanced out by the rocks that they're taking back with the ascent stage. On the launch pad, about a pound represents 500 pounds total weight if you take it to the moon and bring it back. If you take it to the moon and leave it there, it's a little over 200 pounds on the launch pad. It's kind of an interesting little number. By no means a pure fact, but that's the kind of ratio.
Neil appears to be picking up rocks to the right of the screen.
You see Aldrin there right by the lunar module steps. He's going to be getting ready very shortly to climb up into the lunar module again. His walk on the moon terminated.
Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. I'd like to remind you of the close-up camera magazine before you start up the ladder, Buzz. Okay.
Hey,
Got that over with you, Neil? Now that close-up camera's underneath the mesa, I'll have to pick it up with the phone. And I'm picking up several pieces of really vesicular rock out here now.
that film camera that will be left on
Anything
there,
in those environmental samples, did you? Not yet.
they're taking the magazine out of. That's going to rest on the moon, be left there. That's worth $50,000 itself. And the television camera, well, the estimates vary from $250,000 to $500,000. That camera.
The close-up camera magazine and closing out of the sample return container. You're running a little low on time.
Well, we went through our weight reduction program. This was one of the things we talked about, just that, leaving these items behind.
Well, when they talked about the fact that they had to bring back, going to try to bring back 100 to 130
We want
pounds
to
of
keep a
rock
good margin in those portable life support systems.
instead of bring back this equipment, one of the officials in Houston said, well, we know what an $11,000 camera looks like. We don't know what moon rock looks like.
Beautiful. I like that. I guess we can make moon shine, but not moon rock. Is that it?
Okay, could you quickly stick this in my pocket, Neil, and I'll head on up the ladder. I'll hold it. You open the pocket up.
And Houston's being very lenient, I think, with their timeline on Buzz going back up.
Just hold it right there.
The reminder was 3 minutes, and that's already gone by.
Okay, let the pocket go. Stop, Buzz.
I thought at the moment that they called that out a little early, according to the timeline.
Hey,
We're figuring it out
anything
earlier.
more before I head on up, Bruce? I think it is. Head on up the ladder, Buzz. Head on up.
That's about as close to an order as I've heard.
Yeah. He begged out for a little more time. There he just leaped up on the step. He's left the moon surface. He's up behind the flag there now, climbing the ladder. No trouble getting to that first step, that 1/6 gravity. There you see him, up above the flag, over on the right.
That white dot right above the horizon on the right is a phosphorus spot from the TV converter in the Park Station in Australia.
Doesn't mean we're seeing it. It means it's in the converter in Australia. And so Neil Aldrin, 39 years old, from Montclair. Edwin Buzz Aldrin, 39-year-old from Montclair, New Jersey, has finished his walk on the moon, climbing back into the lunar module, and his commander, Neil Armstrong, will finish his walk as soon as Aldrin is up there. We will have seen all of this historic walk right there on television from 250,000 miles out in space.
Buzz does have a first. He's the first man to leave the moon.
Well, it's just I hope that history records that 3 men made this trip: Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Mike Collins. And
Reach this hook that's hanging over here. You might entertain the idea of sending up the second one that way.
would agree certainly to that history should not simply record that the first man on the moon was Neil Armstrong, period.
Neil's been on the surface a few minutes longer than 2 hours. Buzz, approximately 20 minutes less than that.
Neil, this is Houston. Did the Hasselblad magazine go up on that sample return container also? Sample return container also?
I've got the Hasselblad magazine hooked to the SRC now, yeah.
Roger.
We've had a kind of record of losing those film and camera magazines in space. Don't want to leave any on the moon. Leave the cameras, but not the pictures they took. Nothing worse than that terrible disappointment of getting home from a holiday and vacation and finding you didn't get pictures of the kids with Uncle Ed, or Superman, or whoever.
How you doing, Buzz? I'm okay.
Like he's getting around to the ladder. We haven't heard from Aldrin since he'd been up there in the limb, have we?
Well, I heard one thing about, how are you doing, Buzz? And he said, okay, or fine.
Yeah.
But that's about all I've heard since he ascended.
Okay, that's got it clear.
They're working with the clothesline, transferring the samples back up.
You can see him standing back there to pull it taut.
Transferring the sample containers into the limb cabin now.
Uh-oh. Camera came off. I mean, the film pack came off.
What came off?
It's a film pack. Probably just slid off the retention device. In this case, it won't float off into space. It'll be there somewhere.
Okay, just ease it down now. Don't pull so hard on it. All right, let it go.
To get that
So
tether,
you're getting that. I've got to get this camera.
get the tether tight, he's got to back up way off camera frame.
Okay, this one's in, no problem. Okay, stand by a second.
Armstrong sounds like it's
Neil,
working
this
pretty
is
hard.
Houston. Request an EMU check, over.
Roger, got 3.8. And I got 54 on the O2 and no flags. And my fluid's in.
Well, that's a slight change. He went from minimum flow to M or medium. I wouldn't say he's working hard. He's obviously there's effort involved here. He's getting his exercise this day, at least.
These fellows will be pretty tired, I imagine, when they get back in that lunar module, and they'll be ready for rest, even in the rather uncomfortable confines of the lunar module itself, where they don't have real bunks to lie down in, real couches even to lie down as in the command module, but are in kind of a reclining, half-sitting position against a sort of a backrest arrangement that
Yes.
recline against, little netting sort of thing.
I remember after Tom Stafford and I completed the Gemini 6 rendezvous, and we started stowing things and getting
The
it all
Lick
put away.
Observatory in California reports a return on the laser experiment.
By golly,
That's great. So far, everything's a success.
everything worked.
After we had sort of restowed the spacecraft and got over the emotional up feeling, we slept like babies. We were really tired. I'm sure
For
here.
your information, your consumables remain in good shape.
Roger. That's coming, Neil. Okay, I've got one side hooked up with a second box, and I got the fuel pack on. Okay, good. Build from on the LEC is kind of falling all over me while I'm doing this.
The LEC is a lunar equipment conveyor, the clothesline. But I didn't understand what he said was happening to
It
him.
looks like down here.
I think the word was soot, like the dust looks like a carbon powder.
I think my watch stopped now. Hit it.
Said thinks his watch stopped.
Little gentle hint that he better get up that ladder. He's got to get the equipment back, that is the rock sample back aboard, the camera magazine.
Take it in. Okay, if you can just kind of hold it, I think I can do the pulling. Okay?
You can actually see it being transported up.
Yeah, you can
Stand by a minute. Let me move back.
tighten up that LEC. by tightening up the clothesline and put a weight on it. It sags, of course, even at 1/6 gravity. That's still kind of a funny jury rig to get Clifton back up there with all his expenses.
Okay, easy.
It is that.
All right, easy on the hatch now. Okay, I'll get it the rest of the way. And I'll give it to you to pull away just a second.
I don't understand why.
Yeah, a little more.
Better than Aldrin's, standing on the steps there and just pulling it straight up. He's got a clear view from the steps down to the surface, hasn't he?
He has, although unless he were laying down, if he was standing up.
No, but on the
2 hours, 40 minutes on the PLSSs.
I suspect as a result of this will be a change in that technique, too. These are all thoughts that sound like the best idea at the time, and it takes experience to mature.
Okay, it's unhooked. Package out of your please. Get that? No. Okay, I'll get it. I get up there. Run it now? That's all. Okay? Okay.
Just thinking, tomorrow is supposed to be a day off for most everybody. I think they'll sleep rather than watch the EVA as it was planned.
Neil, this is Houston. Did you get the Hasselblad magazine?
There he goes. Look at that leap. He went up a couple of steps in the one leap.
And we got about, I'd say 20 pounds of carefully selected, if not documented, samples.
And 13 minutes on the moon's surface.
Our prediction about that contingency sample was quite right.
Water valve closed. And your antenna's out. Okay. What am I bumping into? Okay. That's out. Now you have to get my bucket. Okay. This is Houston. Go ahead. You're cutting out, Neil. You're not readable. I understand you said something about a contingency sample container on the SN engine. We're not reading you, Neil. Buzz, buzz. This is Houston. Do you read over? Tranquility Base, this is Houston. We're reading neither one of you, but standing by.
Rather odd they should lose signal there.
That's probably those antennas again touching the vehicle, grounding it out. Just thinking, it's the first time I've seen a late show this long without a commercial. I'm impressed. I don't think anyone would regret this opportunity.
communication to be reestablished with the men in the lunar module. They've got the hatch closed.
Cabin pressure coming up about 2.789 pounds.
They're home free already with that much
Up to
pressure.
3 now.
Yeah, that's coming up very fast.
That was a critical moment, of course, that they would be able to repressurize this spacecraft. Actually, they're going to pressurize it twice. They pressurize it once, and then with it pressurized, take off their extra equipment, the portable life support system, the heavy boots, the gloves. Then they depressurize it so that they can open the hatch again and dump out that equipment on the lunar surface and have to bring it back with them.
4.8 now.
So we've got to go through this twice before they're really home free with the pressurization. Then there'll be just one more critical function. That's liftoff and rendezvous docking with the command module. I mean, as far as the moon landing part of the exercise goes. And of course, the critical matter of the firing of the Ceres propulsion system engine to go into the trans-Earth trajectory and come back home.
Then there's the critical reentry and the critical recovery.
That's right. Critical opening of the parachutes. You know, we've done this a lot of times up to now. This is the 21st or something spaceflight, I think, isn't it, in the series? About that since Mercury. At any rate, we've done quite a lot of these, and this is the third trip to the moon, and that high-speed re-entry from the moon, 25,000 miles an hour, but hardly gives us the right to be blasé about it. It's still pretty dangerous business.
One of our early answers in response to what is the most dangerous part of your flight was between liftoff and landing. I think it still applies.
By the very nature of the definition of critical, if each of these items is critical, then one can't be more critical than the other. Either you survive them or you don't. No in between.
Well, there's one thing for sure. There's no way that an automatic system could put a flag up there such as that.
Earlier tonight, Vice President Agnew told Roger Mudd there at the Smithsonian Institution that President Nixon was an activist in space in predicting that he would come forward with a positive...
Systems look good. Crewmen should now be transferring back to Tranquility Base's environmental control system, and later we'll switch to the vehicle's communication system. We estimate it'll be another 10 to 15 minutes before they're on the LAM communication system.
This is Jack Riley, the voice of mission control.
You know, another gee whiz thing that we've passed is that story about, well, maybe this dust will have problems in pure oxygen environment. That was another flak type thing that started some time ago as we got nearer the mission. Of course, that one, too, has now been wiped out as a potential hazard.
That it might have a combustive quality and an oxygen environment,
yes. Cleared that hurdle.
I was going to say that Vice President Agnew said that the President was an activist in space, would have a positive ongoing space program. Tonight, Frank Borman, who was again with the President during this lunar walk, said quoted the president saying, "I am an activist in space. As long as I am president, I'll do everything I can to ensure a vital space program." So, sounds like that Space Committee better come up with a pretty good recommendation.
Well, this is what I'm looking forward to seeing is the next step, which should be this space station where we can develop, test our equipment in Earth orbit for the duration required for a mission such as a Mars landing. I'm sure that won't be a surprise to anyone that that's the direction we're going in. And if someone wants to accuse Arthur Clarke of being a member of the stamp club, I'd like to say I'll buy a whole album of these stamps.
You know, the time of the EVA activity, which has always been based on hatch opening to hatch closing, was 2 hours and 31 minutes, as against the flight plan line of 2 hours and 40 minutes. They spent just 9 minutes less time than they actually had planned. Although they extended the EVA period, I don't know how that could be figured, but that's the way it does come out. The hatch closing came at 1:11, and the hatch opening at 10:40. Unless I misfigured somewhere along the line, that comes out to 2 hours and 31 minutes.
It was interesting, too, because it started out quite slowly, if you recall. Their confidence built up, and then the timeline was, I guess, almost halved, where in the beginning it was almost doubled.
Yes. Telemetry indicates that all's well in that spacecraft. If we didn't have telemetry, we'd be concerned with this lack of communication. We know that the cabin pressure built up. We know that they're all right inside. The biomedical data being relayed back should confirm that. And as we heard from Jack Riley, voice of mission control in Houston just a moment ago, now Houston apparently, he indicated giving up any thought of getting communication from their spacesuit communication radios, and now it will come when they go back onto the lunar module system itself. Expected that in another 5-6 minutes.
You notice, though, I've detected this quite easily, that there is no concern now about lack of communication. Now, prior to the opening of the hatch, there was a great concern about the lack of communication. We've already accepted that this is a routine that is normal to man, that we can afford to lose communication with this device on an alien landing field.
Yep. We've been told from United Press says from Washington that President Nixon had a little concern after he made his telephone call as to the bill, the telephone bill. He said, "I just hope they don't charge me a toll on that call." Based on the fact they're 250,000 miles away, it might be an interesting little bill to show up on the monthly statement at the White House. However, he was well within the 3-minute limit, the 2-minute call.
I wonder if they have an area code for that place at this point.
Well, since we've got area codes instead of names anymore, none of particular significance we can think of. An exchange name, Lunar, obviously.
And a replica of the American flag on the lunar surface is now being erected here in the control center.
You know, they carried flags with them of the 50 states and 2 U.S. flags to fly over the Capitol in Washington.
Tranquility Base has been hung on the wall.
They're bringing those back with them.
That reminds me of something I feel warm about. We took a flag up on Apollo 7, the United States flag, and it should be flying in front of the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston. It will be flown for all Apollo flights until it's worn out.
Hey.
While the flight's in session, the flag will be on that flagpole.
Well, even with 9 more Apollo flights,
Neil, this is Houston. Neil, this is Houston. Radio check, over.
Still no word from the astronauts.
Buzz, this is Houston. Radio check, over.
The problem is still no communication with the lunar module, and the command module, Columbia, is still on the far side of the moon, so he can't be of any help in trying to establish communications there yet.
I would suggest a most appropriate souvenir in remembrance of this flight would be an American flag, and I think everybody should have one.
This is Houston. I copy a transmission calling Houston. All else was broken up. Over. Neil, this is Houston. If you read, they suggest you unstow one plus antenna so we can have communications. Over.
I may have been wrong. We were a little blasé about this. Apparently Houston's becoming concerned.
Yeah. What has happened, apparently, I gather, Wally, correct me if I'm wrong in this, they took down their PLIS antennas. That's the portable life support system, the antennas that they wear on the backs and that they carry outside the spacecraft with them. They collapsed those antennas, stowed them in that backpack as they took the backpacks off, which is what they're doing now with the cabin repressurized, assuming that all is going as planned there in the lunar module. And now, for some reason or other, the communication with the module itself, the internal system, is not working. So now what they're suggesting they do is get one of those antennas out again and go back on that system. Is that right?
I think that may be it. At least it would be appropriate to have one man on communication while the other one's off. And I think this suggestion is appropriate.
It's one thing about it, with that camera still out there, we know that nothing dire has happened to the spacecraft. Of course, they know that by telemetry in Houston. But still, we've got a picture of it. We can see that it's there.
This is the true payoff of an open program. Everyone is sharing in this one.
Yeah. I must say, I do wish we'd get communication back. A little more comfortable if we were talking to them. I think
well, if we could see through the window, we could ask him to wave.
A receive.
There's somebody coming in.
Yeah.
B off.
Neil, this is Houston. We seem to be reading you now. How do you read us? Over.
I see us. Push to talk.
Relay.
Houston is Tranquility. How do you read?
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Loud and clear. How was?
Loud and clear. We're in the process of switching over to LEMCOM here.
Roger.
Well, that was certainly a brief transmission. We established contact with them, and that's about it. We've had some requests here as to what new word there might be from Luna 15, the unmanned Soviet vehicle that was last heard from circling the moon at a 10-mile perigee and a 70-mile apogee, almost on an equatorial course. In other words, very similar to the landing pattern of the Apollo 11 lunar landing module. Actually, we don't expect to hear anything from Luna 15 in these hours. The only known Russian tracking station is out of touch with the moon for a while, and they don't have any further detail that the TASS could give us if they were going to, or the Soviet people. At least this is the word from Jodrell Bank, where Sir Bernard Lovell has been monitoring the equipment. He also is out of touch in Great Britain at this hour. You see, we're able to keep in touch 24 hours a day, thanks to the location of these receiving stations at equal points around the Earth's girth. One in Madrid, Spain, one out in Honeysuckle, north of Canberra, Australia, and one in the desert, California, the Mojave Desert at Goldstone. But as far as we know, the Russians do not have that system, and they're out of touch for a while, so we got no word from them. And Sir Bernard Lovell's telescope is only in one location, of course, so he's out of touch for 2/3 of the time. I wonder if out at Grumman Aircraft.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. We'd like to verify your steerable antenna in track mode SLU. We're going to do a communications handover here on Earth. Over.
That's a communication handover. That's what we're talking about. They're moving from one of the tracking stations in Madrid or Canberra, I don't know which, to one of the others.
Roger that.
I wonder if we could take a minute or two and go to Bethpage, Long Island. I'm not sure they're standing by in the lunar module there, but perhaps Scott McLeod could tell us what they are doing up there at this time while we're not getting this communication from them. What should they be doing according to the timeline? Scott, are you on the circuit?
Yes, I am, Walter.
We don't have a picture from you right at the moment, but could you tell us what they're doing or should be doing?
Well, I can tell you what Tom and I were just doing. We were just getting out of our suits, and I came back in again, so I didn't hear just what had happened. I would imagine that at this time they're going to the LEM communications. They've taken off their backpack, I would assume, and are preparing to get the LEM powered up and go on its communications back to Earth.
That seems to be just about what we had figured out here, and Wally is nodding confirmation of that speculation, although we have not heard very much from Mission Control, from Jack Riley in Houston, or certainly, as you noted, have we heard anything from the spacemen. But there in that lunar module, Neil Armstrong, 38, Wapakoneta, Ohio, first man to set foot on the moon, and right behind him, Edwin Buzz Aldrin, 39, by a month or two older than Armstrong, the second man to set foot on the moon. Aldrin of Montclair, New Jersey. And high above them, Mike Collins, playing as important a role in this mission as the men who set foot on the moon, the commander of the command module, pilot of it, who is monitoring all of this performance, standing by to lend what assistance he can if needed, and to maneuver for the important rendezvous and docking tomorrow. Incidentally, he was asked a little earlier if he wanted to have his communication system shut down for a sleep period as he comes around the moon on this next pass, and he very curtly said negative. He's not going to sleep apparently until those fellows down on the moon surface go to sleep, and that may not be too much longer from now. They're going to open that hatch again and dump their unneeded equipment, then close the hatch, repressurize, probably have an eat period and a long sleep period. If they then follow the timeline as originally planned, they would have about 12 hours of eat, sleep, rest, more eating, and more observation out of those lunar module windows before they lift off, which would be scheduled for 1:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which is just a little over 12 hours from now.
An interesting observation, by the way. There'll be no Earthrise that they'd be interested in seeing, or sunrise or moonrise during the sleep period. It's a rather novel sleep period. Where in Earth orbit or lunar orbit, these events do occur.
That's right. The moon, of course, doesn't turn very much, 1 degree a day. And here is Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Armstrong at their home in Wapakoneta, Ohio.
Like the floor of the moon was going to be too unsafe for them. I was worried that they might sink in too deep, but no, they didn't. So it was wonderful.
Mr. Armstrong, what were your feelings?
Well, I was real encouraged the way I understood that Neil manipulated the craft to another area, and that would signify that the original was not exactly as they had planned.
What about his voice? Did it sound any different, or did he sound calm and normal to you?
I could tell that he was pleased and tickled and thrilled. I really could, but it was much like he always is, except that there was a thrill in it.
What did you say?
I had the same feeling that it was the same old Neil.
Yeah.
Do you remember Neil's first words when he stepped on the moon?
Yes, I do. Mr. Tom, wait till I think a minute. I can tell you, oh dear, now my mind has gone blank, but it's, let's see, man's small step, let's see, and a giant leap for mankind, something like that.
You're very close.
Yeah,
very
almost. I had it in there, but now when you asked me, I couldn't think.
Well, what did you think of that? Did you expect them to say that, or did that come as a surprise?
It came as a surprise, but I think it's good. I think it's great.
You think it's symbolic of this mission?
I do.
Mrs. Armstrong, what did you think of the President's conversation?
Oh, I was thrilled with it.
Mr. Armstrong?
I had the same feeling. I thought it was real nice and real timely that the President would call them when they were on the moon.
Can you tell, who was in the room with you watching as Neil stepped off the ladder onto the moon, and what was the feeling in the room at that moment?
Our dearest friends were with us, and there was an absolute silence in the room.
Prayers?
Right.
When do you expect to talk to Neil or see him when he gets back?
I don't know. It'll be a grand day when we do, but I don't know what day that'll be.
Do you expect to get a call from him, Mr. Armstrong?
The sooner the better.
What about this Lunar 15 that the Russians have been flying around the moon today? Did you feel that was a threat to the Apollo 11 mission?
Well, as I said before, I thought that it was all uncalled for because, after all, it's an unmanned piece of equipment, and we had manned space equipment up there, and I just thought it was a little unfair.
What are your feelings?
I hardly know what to say. I wish him well.
You have been a fairly devout couple most of your life. You've been church-going people. Do you see tonight's accomplishment as in any way changing man's relationship or concept of God?
I hope it will increase it, and I don't see how it could do otherwise.
Mr. Armstrong, what are your feelings?
I think it will do a lot for this whole country, this world, because it'll just bring us closer together. It'll show that going on another planet will show that it's a small world after all.
What about the future of the space program, which is a matter of some sort of controversy now? Do you think it ought to advance, or should this be the end, a glorious end?
I think that our government would know best, so I wouldn't be the one to say I don't know.
Mr. and Mrs. Armstrong, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
If an American...
The report from the home of the parents of Neil Armstrong, Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Armstrong, and Neil Armstrong's wife, Jan Armstrong, was reported to have said, "I can't believe it's really happening." When the first step was taken, when he took that step, she said, "That's the big step." And then she had a little wifely advice. She said, "Be descriptive now, Neil," as he began to walk on the moon, probably heeding suggestions by a lot of news reporters. including this one that perhaps he might talk a little bit more than he had on the rather taciturn visit out, or the trip out to the moon. We have no complaints now, none at all, certainly, about this great feat by these two very great fellows who got the feet on the moon, and Mike Collins, who made it possible by playing watchdog up above them there. CBS News coverage of Man on the Moon continues in a moment.
And this last picture is a network of capacitors, resistors, diodes, and a transformer. Gentlemen, any questions?
This is a select group of people,
When we repair a telephone...
selected not for their education or experience, but because they wanted an opportunity to improve themselves. What they were selected for is one of Western Electric's job training programs for the unemployed and the underemployed. Western Electric builds and installs equipment for the Bell telephone network. And that means training a lot of good people in Los Angeles, Baltimore, Chicago, Winston-Salem, Newark, and other cities. Western Electric, we make Bell telephones. We also hire and train good people wherever they are, whoever they are.
Watch this CBS station for continuing CBS News color coverage of Man on the Moon, the epic journey of Apollo 11. This is CBS.
Whether you're buying a camera in Tokyo, an airline ticket to San Francisco, a new suit in London, or the gas to get you home, Bank AmeriCard gives you the charge that gets you going. Costs nothing to own, lets you pay for everything with one check. Bank AmeriCard from Worthen Bank and Trust Company.
You're watching sound. KAAY watches sound 24 hours a day. Sound is their business. Listen for their sound difference. The sound of 69. KAAY 1090.
Channel 11, KTHV, Little Rock.
This is CBS News color coverage of Man on the Moon, the epic journey of Apollo 11, a walk on the moon. Sponsored by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system, and by the International Paper Company, where good ideas grow on trees, and by Maxim freeze-dried coffee. Now reporting from the CBS News Space Center in New York, with the latest developments from the Apollo 11 moon mission, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
And with me, Wally Schirra, a retired astronaut, the veteran of flights in Mercury, in Gemini, and in Apollo, flew the first Apollo mission, and Newell Trask of the U.S. Geological Survey, Menlo Park, California, who's been helping us with features on the lunar surface and what these fellows might be bringing back from the moon. We still have no communications from the lunar module since the men began taking off their suits there. We've had a couple of words from them, but nothing very extensive, and we're tuned in to Houston to hear from them just as soon as they come up with any announcements from there. What their communication problem is hasn't been explained to us by Houston. Mission Control has been unusually quiet. Jack Riley is the voice of Mission Control there, and he hasn't given us any real clues to what the problem with communications is. We would like to hear from him, perhaps, and get some story behind this communications near blackout that we've got. We really haven't had any confirmation from Houston for a while that they've got telemetry reports from there, but in the absence of any word from NASA in Houston, we are assuming that they have. in the timeline of events, by now, they should be ready to depressurize the cabin again, to open the hatch, and to dump their equipment that they do not want to bring back with them, saving weight for their liftoff from the moon's surface, which would come normally about 12 hours from now. Actually, after the post walk checkout is a period of about an hour, so there shouldn't be anything alarming about this this period going on now. They weren't scheduled to repressurize until an hour after they re-entered, and they closed the hatch at 11 minutes after 1 Eastern Daylight Time. That would mean it'd be about 10 or 11 minutes after 2, another 25 minutes from now, before they'd be opening that hatch for the dumping of their equipment again.
Houston, do you read? Over.
There's Houston again calling them.
Okay, Columbia, we've completed the uplink. The computer is yours. You can go to block. However, we'd like you to hold off on the P-52 option 1 align until after you pass landing site 2. And we're requesting that you perform another P-22 and attempt to find the LEM this fast. I've got some numbers for you when you're ready to copy. Over.
This is that effort to get a sighting on the lunar module. They're 69 miles below the command module through the sextant, and it's 28 to power magnification by aligning that sextant along a very narrow path that will Mission Control in Houston is now telling Mike Collins about. So we still don't have communication with the lunar module. That communication was with Columbia as it came around, acquired signal on this revolution around the moon. Perhaps we can bring up one of our correspondents at the Manned Space Center in Houston who could tell us why this strange quiet from Houston itself and Mission Control. That inquiry will have to be directed to one of the individuals outside of Mission Control. The news media do not have the means of getting directly to the spokesman inside Mission Control. But there are plenty of NASA press people there who can probably do the job for us. And if our correspondents in Houston are listening in, perhaps they can come up with that shortly. Bruce Morton, maybe you're on the circuit. Bruce, are you there? Bruce Morton, are you on the circuit in Houston? Bruce is our correspondent there on duty at the moment at the end of the circuit, and perhaps he's off trying to get that information for us. It really is quite odd that we haven't heard anything from Jack Riley either. I don't mean in any way, except in a public relations sense, to compare the two situations, but I can't help, as a veteran of these manned space flights, to remember the flight of Scott Carpenter on Mercury, the second orbital flight of Mercury, the one right after John Glenn's flight. And if you remember, at that time we were still, of course, greatly concerned about hearing the first words from the astronaut after they went through that blackout period. Coming back from Earth orbit, we'd only experienced it once before when John Glenn came through it. And when Carpenter went into blackout, the blackout began, and then we never heard another word. And for almost 45 minutes, Mission Control in Houston refused to do anything for us and confirm that he was all right, although they had telemetry indicating that he was. We, meanwhile, and the whole world waited and speculated on what had happened to Scott Carpenter not coming out of the blackout. What had happened was that he had overshot his mark by several hundred miles and was out of communication. listen to the Houston circuit here on our box, so we hear them conferring with the Columbia, the command module. We're keeping tuned in to hear anything from them regarding the lunar module, Eagle, or Tranquility Base, it's called. Meanwhile, we're still seeing this picture from the television camera, the black and white camera on the surface of the moon that was deployed there by Armstrong, Neil Armstrong, now 3 hours ago. And it shows us a picture of the lunar module sitting there on the surface. Here's a word from Apollo Control.
The inhabitants of Tranquility Base are still in the post-EVA cleanup period. Still have not fully configured the voice communications. However, we are getting telemetry, good telemetry from Tranquility Base, showing a cabin pressure of 5 pounds per square inch, temperature of 60 degrees. We expect to establish communications before too long. During this period, the crew is removing the portable life support systems, checking over their spacecraft systems, getting ready for jettisoning equipment from Tranquility Base. The cabin will be depressurized before too long, and equipment will be jettisoned onto the lunar surface.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Can you give us some idea of how you're progressing on the bliss doffing and preparation for depress?
Roger, Houston, Tranquility Base. We're in the process of using up what film we have, and I'm just getting ready to change the primary ECS canister. Over.
They're just busy taking pictures.
We'd like to hold off as long as possible on the lithium hydroxide canister. Make that one of the last things you do in getting ready for the depress if you can. Over.
The lithium hydroxide canister is...
planning on doing that. I'm just wondering how much longer we want to wait, though.
That's the purifier through which the air circulates, repurifies the air, so you continue to rebreathe the same air. It takes the carbon dioxide out.
Then change the canister and then depress. Over.
Roger, that sounds fine to us.
Wally, I just noticed you've changed your lapel pin again. You've got that.
In there for a while.
No, we don't mind a bit.
You've got that series of lapel pins. You've been keeping track of the mission. You had the command module and the lunar module attached when they made rendezvous, and then you detached them when the lunar module separated. And you got the two little fellows outside, the astronauts, and now you're taking the two fellows out again.
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Roger, have you got the new coordinates for me?
Roger, latitude 00.691. That would be plus 00.691. And longitude over 2 is plus 11.713. The altitude is minus 1.44 nautical miles. Over. Columbia, this is Houston. On latitude, make that plus 00.692, rounding off. Over.
Fuel Trask, we haven't had any change in the coordinates on the lunar map of where Houston first thought they set down. They're still trying to confirm that, and still asking the command module, Mike Collins, to try to get a sight on them. Anything that you saw there in those pictures, or anything you heard them describe that would give you any clue as to where they might be?
No, I really can't say that there was anything in that picture. They panned around there pretty fast at one point, and maybe if they'd held it for a while, we could have seen something, but then we settled on that one view, and there really wasn't anything in that. But what Houston is doing right now is giving Mike Collins the coordinates of every football-sized blocky crater that could possibly be the one, and asking him to look at that. They give him a different one each time he goes past.
Of course, with that high-power sextant, he doesn't have a very large field of view, so they've got a very narrow track that they can take him over and looking for this thing.
I think it's kind of fun here, Walter, to realize that we are very, very accurate as we approach this landing condition. But as the data gets older, that place is not necessarily remembered too well by electronic systems. For example, we emotionalized for years about a rescue system. We wouldn't even know where to go for them right now.
Yeah.
Specifically, within miles.
That's right. Noel, did you hear anything that surprised you in this report from these fellows up there?
I was surprised at the number of blocks that were on the surface. I didn't expect to see quite so many. The general aspect of the surface we knew from Surveyor, but what was surprising really was the vast amount of data they got, going all around that site, picking up different kinds of rocks, deploying all those experiments. I never worked that hard in the field for 2.5 hours.
And you feel that what they bring back then is going to really add immeasurably to man's knowledge of that?
Yes, and certainly will.
It's going to at least confirm or prove a denial of some of the theories about the moon.
Yes, if the astronauts know volcanic rocks when they see them, and I'm sure they do, it sounds pretty much as though Sea of Tranquility is a volcanic area.
And what does that establish now? Tell us again, for our audience out there, and for my own review, about the moon's origin.
Well, it's not so much the moon's origin, it's what happened to the moon after it formed. Did it heat up or did it stay cold? A lot will depend on the age of these rocks in addition to their composition and their texture, but if these rocks are at all younger than the age of the moon as a whole, and they are volcanic, then it means the moon has heated up.
Did it surprise you at all, the difficulty they had driving the core sampler into the surface? They said they were having great difficulty getting it down. They thought they might be able to press it down with their hand. It turned out they were beating with the pick on it and still only got down 5 inches at one point.
Well, this surface material seems to behave in a paradoxical way. That was the impression I got. It clung to their booties and covered a number of things, and yet when they went to drive that tube down, it went down with difficulty. So it seems to cling to things, and yet it compacts. And I think the physical property experts are going to have fun figuring out just what this stuff is and why it behaves the way it does.
It clings. The theory has been always that these fine-grained things cling in a vacuum environment. They sort of fit together. There's a cohesion about them as small particles.
But the impression you get is one of fluffiness if it's going to cling, and yet it wasn't fluffy when they drove that tube down.
Wally, any surprises to you in this operation, except beyond the ease with which they seem to move around?
They're all pleasant surprises, Walter, and I think that's the best kind. I frankly anticipated seeing some difficulty on the moon with this new 1.6G environment that we hadn't seen. I've always worried about the mobility of the suits. They're rather big and bulky. When you put on all the extra protection that we have for micrometeoroids, for temperature, these things add bulk and a fantastic amount of weight to carry the oxygen supply and the cooling equipment. All of this is a big load, yet you divide it by 6, the total weight. And I was really pleased to see one point where Buzz Aldrin was practically doing a football backfield run across the surface of the moon, showing how he adapted so rapidly to it. So if there's a surprise, I guess that was it.
He did say, however, that the kangaroo-like leaps, which were programmed to try to see how this works, that kind of thing, he didn't think worked as well as just trying to take normal steps, which are still giant steps.
Right. Well, this is part of, I think it was rather interesting the way he described it, as most of us seem to do. That's, you had to keep track of the center of your mass. Of course, what he meant was much like the center of the gravity, but you don't talk about gravity, so technically he's right. It's knowing where the one point will include all of the weight that could be forced in any direction. Then, of course, it's your center of gravity.
It should mean that that we, on future flights of Apollo, far earlier than we might have thought, are going to be able to really move around on the moon and move beyond the spacecraft, get out there for some more interesting exploration, and perhaps even the way Neil Armstrong was able to get a sight on that bad landing site, manually control the spacecraft. We can pick a little more difficult landing site next time and safely get down.
I think that's an add-up of this mission as we see it. And that will be the fun of it on the subsequent missions, to explore even farther away from the LEM. Possibly we won't need to bring back as many samples. I think they were working towards the end to get the samples back on board. Didn't we have a note something about their heart rates were going up again at the very end of the exercise? Well, in contrast, they might walk farther away and bring less samples back using the same amount of energy.
They picked up a lot at the end in a hurry.
They did.
Because they knew this was the first batch to convey.
Well, as our capabilities are proved out, we can go to more specific locations looking for specific things that Neil Trask and his people want to find on the moon. And this is one of the things that this flight proves out, is the capability of doing that.
It's great, the optimistic timeline we had, just thinking back of settling for one lunar rock, hoping it wasn't a fossil, bringing all this back.
Well, I think we can certainly say that at this stage of flight of Apollo 11 has been far beyond the dreams of any of us, even as late as last Wednesday when they lifted off. Everything has gone so well up to now. There's still very little communication. We're tuned into it. If it comes, we're able to hear it. They should be preparing now to repressurize or depressurize again, to open the hatch, dump the equipment, close the hatch and repressurize, and then for a long rest period for all of us until they lift off from the moon, expectedly tomorrow afternoon, about 1:50 P.M. Eastern Daylight Time. CBS News coverage of this most historic event will continue in a moment.
Every day, every man, woman, and child in America throws out about 5 pounds of trash. Plastic, glass, metal, garbage, and paper. It costs over $4.5 billion every year to cart the mess away. Some cities have to freight refuse hundreds of miles to a dump. The world is running out of dumps. Officials estimate it will take 16 years to solve the problem. The International Paper Company wants to speed that up. So, we already make papers that turn into wholesome mulch instead of litter, and paper that dissolves in running water. And we're testing ways to turn trash into clean, strong construction materials. It's our job to bring you more and better paper. We feel it's also our job to take it away. The International Paper Company, where good ideas grow on trees.
Watch this CBS station for continuing CBS News color coverage of Man on the Moon, the epic journey of Apollo 11. This is CBS.
There are a lot of different ways you can save, including Worthen's Golden Key that pays you 5% on 90-day notice accounts of $500 or more. But here's the real key. While other banks may pay 5%, only Worthen can give you the stability and experience of the state's largest financial institution. Save at Worthen Bank.
KTH.
This is CBS News color coverage of Man on the Moon. The epic journey of Apollo 11. Sponsored by the International Paper Company, where good ideas grow on trees. and by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system, and by Maxim freeze-dried coffee. Now reporting from the CBS News Space Center in New York, with the latest developments from the Apollo 11 moon mission, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
And what a day we have seen. As the old song goes, a day such as man has never seen before, a day that has been played out before our very eyes by this miracle that happily came along at the same time as man's exploration of space, television. We still have a picture up of the lunar module as it sits on the surface of the moon in an exact location that we haven't been able to pinpoint, but seems to be there in the area of the landing site that was projected. We have seen the men exploring the moon in other magnificent pictures, considering that they come from 250,000 miles out on the surface of the moon. Man has landed there, and man has taken his first steps there. I wonder, Eric Severide, just what there is to add to that.
I have an awful feeling, Walter, at this hour one will only subtract. I don't know what more there is to add now. We've seen some kind of a birth here, and I'm sure to many, many people the first scene of Armstrong emerging must have seemed like a birth in one's imagery. This clumsy creature, half blind, maneuvering with great awkwardness at first, and slowly learning to use its legs until in a rather short time it's running in this new world, in this new reality. And the quickness of the adjustment of the human body and nervous system from the weight of gravity on Earth just the other day when we were in a cave to weightlessness for several days, and to the moon's 1/6 gravity, and somehow it adjusts with that speed and totally different elements. This overwhelms you. And the Armstrong's words, he sounded very laconic, unemotional. His mother said, as you heard on the air, that she knew that he was thrilled, and I think we'd have to take a mother's word for that. And then when they moved around, you had a sense of they were in a condition of joy. I never expected to see them bound, did you? Everything we'd been told was that they would move with great care, foot after foot, with great deliberation, that they might fall. And here they were, like children playing hopscotch almost.
Like colts almost, when they find their legs.
Finding their legs, exactly. And I must say, as somebody who loves the English language, it's a great gratitude that the voices that came from the first voices from another celestial body were in the English tongue, which I suppose is the richest language of all. I think it is. Greatest vocabulary, and maybe 300 people or so on the earth speak it and understand it. I don't know what the Chinese think about this, but it was a great pleasure here. But I never expected to hear that word pretty. He said it was pretty, the scene he saw on the moon, what we thought was cold and desolate and forbidding. Somehow they found a strange beauty there that I suppose they can never really describe to us.
And it may not be a beauty that can pass on to future beholders either. These first men on the moon have seen something that men who follow will miss just a smidgen of at any rate.
We're always going to feel somehow strangers to these men. They will, in effect, be a bit stranger, even their own wives and children. They've peered into another life that we can't follow. I wonder what their life will be like now. The moon has treated them well so far. How people on this earth will treat these men the rest of their lives, that gives me more foreboding, I think, than anything else.
I shudder to think, really, of what it's going to be like. I was thinking about that nice couple at Wapakoneta, Ohio. I remember the Glenn family at nearby Concord, Ohio. So happens that Ohio has given us these two heroes, a first man to orbit in space, and this first man to set foot on the moon. And here they were swept up, lovely, wonderful people. They bore it very well, as I'm sure the Armstrongs will, because they are good people. But it bears in heavily upon them. Glenn's riding in those open cars and all
the
that
publicity of this thing, this world focus of immediate communications on this, not only this family, but this little town. I mean, this is, every person there will feel different the rest of his life somehow, as though he's been part of this. And it's like hooking up
small child to 1 billion volts of electricity, this powerful publicity mechanism that now is instantaneous and worldwide. Something may be lost, but I'm sure none of them would have missed this moment.
Oh, no. And I think that in their ways, the statements of Mr. and Mrs. Armstrong, Jan Armstrong in Houston, and otherwise, Mrs. Aldrin and Mrs. Collins have been historic in their own way and properly humble in the face of all of this.
The steadiness and the people you think of supposedly as ordinary people. There are no ordinary people anyway. I never found anybody who thought he was ordinary who really was, but Mrs. Armstrong, this young woman, this grace and poise and strength as though she had been on a stage or something all her life, the naturalness of these people, an unspoilable quality. And maybe that's why you get men like Armstrong and Aldrin Collins.
And
nothing spoiled in them.
Mr. Armstrong, Father Armstrong says Neil's the same old boy. And let's hope Neil stays the same old boy through the thick and thin of public adulation, which he'll have now the rest of his life. He can't go back there anymore.
I think the real test will come when he's back, yeah.
And that should be on Thursday afternoon with the splashdown 1,250 miles southwest of Hawaii in the Pacific, where the aircraft carrier Hornet will be on station. And thank you very much, Eric, for some thoughts to ponder on this magnificent day. CBS News coverage of the visit of Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin to the moon will continue in a moment.
This is CBS News Color. The epic journey of Apollo 11. Here again is Walter Cronkite.
And very shortly I'm going to be talking with my colleague here now, Arthur Clarke, great science fiction writer, but right now a late report because we've heard from Houston that the men in the lunar module have somewhat changed their schedule from the normal timeline, which I think we all agree they're privileged to do, and Houston certainly agreed they could do. They're taking some pictures first. They wanted to get a good set of pictures with the present lighting conditions on the moon surface from the lunar module itself, and then they decided they were hungry after all this, and they're having a meal on the moon. They're having a little snack at any rate, and they're going to eventually get around to depressurizing the lunar module about 5 minutes after 3 Eastern Daylight Time. That's another 45 or 50 minutes from now, at which time they will jettison their equipment and then repressurize for about 8 or 9 hours sleep before they awaken and get ready for the blast-off from the moon at around 1:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow afternoon. Now at Houston at the Manned Spacecraft Center, Bruce Morton is standing by with astronaut Bill Anders, who flew in Apollo 8, the first trip around the moon. Bruce?
Walter, we've all been wondering, as you have, about the relative silence in the lunar module, but Bill, I suppose that they're both busy and tired at this point, aren't they?
Well, I'd certainly expect they would be after that great lunar excursion.
What were your feelings watching it?
I was really thrilled. I could hardly believe it was happening after all these years we've worked for it, and must say that I was really awed by the whole thing.
Eric Severide, a little while ago, mentioned that Neil Armstrong had used the word pretty to describe the moon. Did that occur to you when you got, what was at that point the closest look anyone had had? No, to me the moon looked, I think magnificent would be a good word, but I think somebody said magnificent desolence. To me the Earth was very pretty, but I didn't really think the moon was.
Did you think then, during the Apollo 8 flight, that this would be happening this soon?
Yes, I did. We had the timetable pretty well laid out. We knew there had to be quite a bit of success in the program, but then people had worked very hard to get pre-planned for the success, and I thought it would come to pass.
What, if anything, surprised you about the landing or the walk?
Well, I was surprised by the great mobility that the crew had. I felt that that they would be able to move without difficulty, but I didn't really feel that they would have that much freedom of motion.
Almost frisky, bouncing about.
They were really on the move, like a bunch of Texas jackrabbits up there. The other thing that surprised me was that apparently the struts of the vehicle did not compress as much as I had planned and or had expected. I guess that just attests to Neil's ability to make a nice, smooth landing.
Is that the toughest part of the flight, do you suppose?
Well, that's the part that I was watching the closest, was the actual touchdown itself. And that's one of the few things we have quite a bit of trouble simulating here on Earth. It's one of the things we've never done before.
What about ascent? Is that a relatively less complicated procedure then?
I guess I'd have to say yes. It's certainly an untried maneuver, but it's a automatic one with manual backup capability if necessary. And I'll be watching that with great interest, but I don't think anything will match the lunar landing.
There's been some trouble figuring out just exactly where the lunar module is at this point. What does that do to the rendezvous problems in terms of meeting up again?
Well, the better you know the position of the lunar module to start with, the better the rendezvous can be. But both vehicles have a tremendous capability to absorb any lack of knowledge at the start or during the rendezvous by updating either vehicle's state vector through radar, VHF ranging, or optical sighting. But in my view, the latitude and longitude of the lunar module are not anywhere near as important as the fact that the altitude equals 0.
Bill, you wear two hats now, or taking off one to put on another, a job with the National Space Council. Wearing that hat and looking at this flight, where ought the space program to go now?
Well, that's a very difficult question, and one that's receiving considerable attention right now by the administration and NASA, the Department of Defense, and others. About all I can say from my view of it is that I'd certainly like to see this great effort continue, that this great positive force we have in the country and the world of exploration of space. I think that it ought to be progressed at a good, reasonable rate.
Your boss, I guess he's your boss, Vice President Agnew, has come out and said that Mars would be a good trip. Does that appeal to you?
Well, I think it's just one of the natural instincts of man to explore. We've done it since we crawled out of the trees and winter was across the prairie. I think the one big frontier left to us is space. I think it would be a serious mistake to thwart this basic desire, to not continue exploration. Certainly, man's going to be on Mars someday, probably sooner than you and I think. I don't think it would be all out of context to set up a program that eventually would gear itself to get to Mars.
Looking back over this day, what do you think you'll remember most? The landing, the first foot coming down?
Well, certainly the first foot coming down with the television coverage was a remarkable event, but I think the landing itself, to me, will be the thing I'll remember the most.
Spoken like a pilot, I think.
Right.
Walter?
Thank you very much for a most interesting view of what has gone on, what we can expect. We've got the lunar module chaps in a eat period right now, a dining period. They expect to jettison the equipment about 5 minutes after 3 and complete that, button up about 3:27 a.m., these times Eastern Daylight Time, and for your orientation, it's about 2:25 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time now. So they should be completing and buttoning up the spacecraft again about an hour, just about an hour from now, and a half hour after that, they will have completed checking out the integrity and stability of their spacecraft, and they'll settle down for a well-deserved 8.5 hours rest. They'll be up at 12:30 approximately Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow to begin preparations for liftoff at 1:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. CBS News color coverage of the epic journey of Apollo 11 will continue in a moment.
I'll bet nobody can tell by looking. But you know what? This terrific bikini was made by a paper company. The International Paper Company made it just for me, to show off their new material, Confill. I wouldn't dream of calling it paper, though. Paper usually creases and rustles and scratches. But Confill is smooth and silky and soft and strong. Here goes. It is like paper in one way, so cheap you can just throw it away.
Confill, from the International Paper Company, where good ideas grow on trees.
Well, for thousands of years now, it's been man's dream to walk on the moon. Right now, after seeing it happen, knowing that it happened, it still seems like a dream. And it is, I guess, a dream come true. Even the television pictures we saw had a kind of a dream-like quality about them. Those two ghostly figures in black and white, shades of gray in there a little bit against that black background of space, lighted by the highlights of the sun, unimpeded by the atmosphere, bouncing against the lunar module's landing strut. These men walking and loping and lumbering and leaping, almost drifting across. Three pictures transmitted across 250,000 miles. Just think of it. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were just as we all imagined the first moon explorers might be. I think, Arthur Clark, they were efficient, they were cooperative, they were calm. You might say they were cheery. They certainly seemed to be, even lighthearted at times, and above all, they were humble. They made all of us, I'm sure, feel proud, hopeful, and humble in our own ways. As Neil Armstrong said, the first words as man stepped foot on the moon, a small step for man, a giant leap for mankind. That was the way Armstrong described his first step, the first step onto lunar soil. A day that can never come again, a day that shall forever live in history, as will those words, which will be memorized by schoolboys half a century and more from now. That, too, seemed like just the right thing for the first moon explorer to say. And, you know, one of the things that impressed me about those kind of ghost-like pictures, imperfect pictures they were, Arthur, is that they reminded me of some of the very earliest science fiction pictures of men landing on the moon. They almost looked like they were taken right out of that old footage. Everything that's happened was just as you guys who wrote about this long before we even knew how we were going to get there, visualized it.
Yes, I sometimes feel that I'm going to wake up and find I'm sleeping on my typewriter, you know, and it's all a dream.
Well, it is incredible, isn't it, that it's come out this way, and it's come out so much sooner than anybody thought it would.
Yes, and there's a feeling that this is where we belong, I have, you know, when you see the way they adapted. I'm reminded of my first underwater experience. You know, when you go in, when you dive first, you're scared, you don't know what's going to be like, but very quickly you feel absolutely at home, and we're going to be the same on the moon and planets.
Would you think, Arthur, that this experience that we've seen today, even though we don't have the scientific data back, well, we've seen it, we know the readouts, the biomedical readouts, that their heart rates were not bad. They went up a little bit toward the end as they were exerting themselves.
Not as much as ours did.
No, undoubtedly. Their respiration was good. They didn't overheat in the spacesuits. They worked fine. In fact, they were cool in the shadows of the spacecraft, they said. Would this indicate to you that maybe we civilians might get out there to the moon a little bit earlier than we had dreamed up to a few hours ago?
Oh, we'll be going there, certainly. But, of course, the procedures have to be simplified rather drastically before the ordinary, untrained person can make this trip. I mean, putting in all that equipment and taking off again, that's a terrible drag.
But with all those moon hostesses to help you...
If they're there to help you, fine.
Bill Stout and Robert Heinlein are again with us, Arthur, out at North American Rockwood in Downey, California. And by this miracle of television, we can bring you two distinguished science fiction writers together again. Come in, Bill and Mr. Heinlein.
Art, you said that you felt that we would be going there fairly soon, and I think it may possibly be quite soon. I am starting to save money for a ticket now, having been born a generation too late. I don't know, perhaps you worked out an angle to get there without buying a ticket. I'll have to look into this. But one question which has been asked me repeatedly in the course of the evening is, was I surprised by anything we saw today? And I could not truthfully answer that I was surprised at any of it. Delighted, utterly delighted, completely euphoric, happiest day in my life. But surprised, no. Did you find anything in it, Arthur, that surprised you?
No, I feel exactly the same way, Bob. And incidentally, you know that we have a situation arising now which is exactly the same as your movie Destination Moon ended 20 years ago, where they lightened the ship by throwing out the surplus weight. And this is just how that movie ended in 1950, and just what's happening going to happen now in about 1 hour from... This is where we came in.
I want to know how you fellows, Robert Heinlein out there and Arthur Clarke here in New York, knew in 1950 how this was going to work when the scientists didn't know that that was the way it was going to work yet. It was another 11 years before we even began the design.
Slight correction, Walter. Arthur is a scientist. I'm an engineer myself, but no scientist. But Arthur's qualifications on this are quite as good as anyone who was in the project.
Well, I'm sure we'd all agree with that, but I was thinking of those in the project who had to design something that would work, and they had quite a few years. You had quite a few years on them, Arthur, in writing how it was going to work. So did you, Mr. Heinlein.
Walter, if the public has not been told about it tonight, you should tell them about Arthur's prediction on the communication satellites. I don't know whether this has been mentioned or not, but Arthur was certainly the first man to propose what we now refer to just commonly as ComSat. Arthur, how long back was it? What was the date of your original article, and where was it published, proposing communication satellites and telling how it could be done?
Well, this was in 1945 in the British radio journal called Wireless World. But I think we...
Tell them how much money you made out of it, too.
$50, which I thought was quite fair pay for the time. But you know, I think, Bob, we science fiction writers have brainwashed the engineers, so they may be doing things now, copying our stories, which is why it looks familiar, but they may not be doing the right way. We may have given them wrong directions, and there may be better ways of doing some of the things that we've said.
I'm not at all sure how things are going to be done. I'm simply certain that they're going to be done in a big way, that we're going out to all of the planets, we're going out to the stars, we're going out indefinitely. There's one equation that everybody knows, E equals mc squared, that proves the potentiality whereby man can live anywhere where there is mass. He doesn't have to have any other requirement but mass with the technology that we now have, and this human race will do so. I would like to see it continue to be pushed by the United States, but it doesn't matter whether they're yellow, brown, black, green, Chinese, Russians, Americans, or what. It's the human race, and they're going there, and nothing can stop it now.
You know, and when they do go out there, just as when they came to this country, they forgot their original nationalities. We're going to see, going out into space, new, let's say, nations who will develop new ideas, and we're going to see the same cycle that began in this country 300-400 years ago, continuing on a greater scale out in space. And at the same time, as far as this country is concerned, I do hope that this great lifting of the spirit, which we all experience today, will mark
a change in morale and perhaps sort of help this country get away from the defeatism of the past?
I do hope so. I do hope so. There have been too many of the young people in this country with a defeatist attitude toward things, and I hope that this one will give them the lift, the esprit de corps, the élan vital, to realize how terribly important this is, not to them alone, but to their children, their grandchildren, for thousands and thousands of years. This is it. This is the great day.
How could one turn off of a world like this? How could one turn off of a nation? How could one turn off of a people who are capable of doing what we have done today? We, mankind, have done today, and we, the United States, have done today. Building on technology contributed by all nations and all peoples, from the very first astronomers and the very first physicists and chemists, right on through to the culminating event that we have watched on this particular day. How could anyone turn off of all that? We can understand the need for priorities, with limited budgets and all that sort of thing. Certainly poverty must be taken care of. Certainly pollution control must get a very high priority. Certainly we must do something about urban decay and about improved transportation here on Earth, even as we consider going to Mars and beyond. But that, I think, is the key word, even as we consider these other things. It is a morale booster, Arthur, and I can't believe that there are very many who really in their hearts didn't get a thrill out of it today. They may speak the cold words that they have learned to believe are smart, are intellectual, are faddist, and that's really all they are. But in their hearts they had the feeling.
You know, another historical parallel, Sputnik has often been compared to Pearl Harbor, and that parallel is pretty good, because remember how Pearl Harbor turned out in the long run.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And to think that Sputnik was 1957, that was just 12 years ago. Gagarin's flight 1961, just 8 years ago. Those events are taken as a major defeat. Certainly here at home, we were crushed by them, but we were inspired to move ahead. And with the inspired leadership of that particular era in the White House, we did move ahead, and in 8 short years, to this magnificent feat of today. And while we have talked of a space race during these years, we must conclude that today was a great victory in that race for the United States and for the Western democracies, though, of course, we applaud also still today the great pioneering ventures of the Soviet Union in space.
Walter,
yes.
And Arthur, in one of his stories, pointed out that a legless man could be an astronaut. I want to point out that it doesn't have to be a man at all. And for esprit and for the continuation of the human race, it is time for us, as quickly as possible, to get the other half of the human race in on this. It does not take a man to run a spaceship. It can be done just as well by a woman as it can be done by a man. And we could even have saved, well, Arthur, perhaps you'll make a quick guess at it on based on model theory.
You saved a couple hundred pounds weight.
Yes, the payload for this ship was 3 big men. Suppose we made it 95-pound women. Let's take Miss Peggy Fleming as an example of the sort of woman who would have the health and the reflexes and the intelligence and the ability to withstand free fall and to get along on her feet, dancing the way we saw our 3 heroes dancing today. The next, how much would we have saved? We probably could clean up pollution in the whole country, just the amount we saved by using women instead of men on the next one.
So that I can never imagine a crew of 3 female astronauts.
I want to make them mixed.
Can you imagine making the decision which 2 are going to go down to the moon's surface?
I want to make them mixed, because in the long run, it's not just men who are going out, it's the human race, men, women, and children who are going out. And some of the trips are going to be very long. It's going to be a way of life rather than just a trip. But this has not scared human beings in the past. Most recently, the thing that put Boston on the map was the China Clipper, which took as much as 3 years for a voyage. And Yet they made money on it. No radio, no reports, no nothing. They regularly expected the ship to go away, be gone at least 3 years, and perhaps not come back. And yet it was done over and over and over again. If they could brave the Cape storms, I'm sure that the human race can brave whatever the solar system has to face us, and also on out to the stars. We're going to be at Proxima Centauri before you know it.
And to underline your point, those clipper captains began taking their families along with them.
Yes, indeed.
On those long voyages. And I heartily endorse, if my endorsement means anything to anybody other than Mrs. Cronkite, the ladies going out there, they are qualified. There's some magnificent women pilots who could qualify as astronauts tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't think of any greater inducement to going out in space than having women go out there too. In fact, it won't be worthwhile to go out there unless there are some out there.
Do you realize the first baby is probably going to be born off the Earth before the end of this century?
I feel sure you're right, Arthur.
There's a situation to contemplate.
I'm sure it's true.
In Kraft Ericke Space Hospital, perhaps.
Very probably, yes.
In a weightless environment.
We'll certainly before the end of the century, we will have hospitals on the moon for elderly people to enable them to live quite a lot longer because of their tired hearts under 1/6 gravity and their fragile bones and so forth.
If we, I don't think we should leave the subject of women astronauts before citing the NASA line on why there aren't any yet for the multi-man spaceships, and that's because of the intimacy of the long voyage out to the moon. It might be a trifle embarrassing to mix the sexes. It was considered until a little more privacy can be achieved for each of the participants in that flight. But the next size space... Beg your pardon?
The Russians didn't worry about it.
They haven't sent a lady astronaut up along with the male astronaut. Valentina Tereshkova went alone, and
his and hers.
Yes, you need his and hers capsules. And but I would not doubt, and I think that I think this, if I may add it, that the next size spacecraft will do the job, and it will be possible then. The next size spacecraft with, quite honestly, putting it bluntly, private sanitary facilities aboard, and that's what's required. Thank you very much, Robert Heinlein, out there at Downey, California. You've been a great addition to our programming today, and we're so pleased that you could be with Bill Stout out there at Downey. And Arthur Clark, of course, we're so glad to have had you aboard here again. And
Good night,
look forward to other spots with both of you in the coming days. CBS News color coverage of the epic journey of Apollo 11 will continue in a moment.
This is CBS News color coverage of Man on the Moon. The epic journey of Apollo 11. Here again is Walter Cronkite.
There on the moon sits Apollo 11's lunar module. It landed there, 12 hours ago now, and since that time, since that exciting moment when Neil Armstrong, the commander of this first landing by man on the moon, reported that Tranquility Base here, the Eagle has landed, until men walked on the moon there for a little over 2 hours tonight. We watched every step virtually they took from the first to the last, and they climbed back into the LEM. What a day this has been. Out at Flagstaff, Arizona, George Herman is at the U.S. Geological Survey office there with several fascinated viewers of this walk. George, I understand that you lost the picture for a while due to an electrical storm. Is that so?
We did lose it for a while, but I think we saw all the significant detail. We lost it only for a second or so at a time, 2 or 3 times, but by and large we saw it. And this time, Walter, I am equipped with my Cronkite support system. I have all my earphones and things so that you can talk to your friends here. But 3 of these gentlemen particularly have been, I think all of them have been working hard. I wouldn't want to say that there's been a lot of excited discussion here, but I will say that several of these people have lost their voices almost completely during the course of the evening. Now, one of the things that we did do here is Dr. Jerry Harbour and his associates were able to take off our CBS screen here a number of Polaroid pictures. Jerry, I see you have them around the surveyor, the surveyor, I'm a couple of shots behind, around the lunar module there. Do you have any conclusions from what you were able to do with that strip of photographs?
Well, we have one conclusion, and that is that the coordinates that were given at the last
This is CBS News color coverage of Man on the Moon. The epic journey of Apollo 11. Here again is Walter Cronkite.
There on the moon sits Apollo 11's lunar module. It landed there, 12 hours ago now. And since that time, since that exciting moment when Neil Armstrong, the commander of this first landing by man on the moon, reported that Tranquility Base here, the Eagle has landed, until men walked on the moon there for a little over 2 hours tonight. We watched every step virtually they took from the first to the last, and they climbed back into the LEM. What a day this has been. Out at Flagstaff, Arizona, George Herman is at the U.S. Geological Survey office there with several fascinated viewers of this walk. George, I understand that you lost the picture for a while due to an electrical storm. Is that so?
We did lose it for a while, but I think we saw all the significant detail. We lost it only for a second or so at a time, 2 or 3 times, but by and large we saw it. And this time, Walter, I am equipped with my Cronkite support system. I have all my earphones and things so that you can talk to your friends here. But 3 of these gentlemen particularly have been, I think all of them have been working hard. I wouldn't want to say that there's been a lot of excited discussion here, but I will say that several of these people have lost their voices almost completely during the course of the evening. Now, one of the things that we did do here is Dr. Jerry Harbour and his associates were able to take off our CBS screen here a number of Polaroid pictures. Jerry, I see you have them around the surveyor, the surveyor, I'm a couple of shots behind, around the lunar module there. Do you have any conclusions from what you were able to do with that strip of photographs?
Well, we have one conclusion, and that is that the coordinates that were given at the last readout can be identified, that is, landmarks in the area can be identified so that we can tentatively say that the last coordinates that were read out are possibly correct.
Well, now, I think I'll turn to you, Thor, at this point. Where does that put them in the ellipse? Have you figured it out? Can you put a pencil on the ellipse? Tilt it up towards the camera, would you?
North is at the top.
Right.
We're in the western edge of the ellipse, and this would be down in the southwestern corner of the landing ellipse.
Now, how many places, how many locations have you gotten in all from NASA, and where are they?
Well, the information that has come in, George, has given us a scatter that looks a little bit like a shotgun blast. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locations outside of the landing ellipse, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 within the ellipse itself.
Now, you think at the moment, Thor and Jerry, that this is the one down near the bottom of the ellipse, the front edge of the ellipse. Well, what can you deduce from that?
Well, it looks fairly good, and it isn't really absolutely necessary that we know where the spacecraft is exactly tonight, because probably this can be recovered. And the knowledge of where the spacecraft is located eventually will be very important in understanding possibly the different ray materials that have been transported from long distances into this site.
Well, now that brings me to another point. You gentlemen were all definitely euphoric. You were excited. You watched everything, and you all plotted on maps and on graphs and on charts. But from time to time, I thought I detected just a little bit of modified disappointment. I know that a scientist tries to put a scale of values on everything to evaluate pluses as well as minuses. For example, when they took the core sample, I think I heard somebody remark that they took the core sample in an area that was stirred up already by their footsteps.
Well, the core sample was taken in an area that looked as if the astronauts had walked over it several times, and it's quite possible that if the area was indeed disturbed, that a number of very thin layers of debris from distant craters, layers only perhaps a quarter of an inch thick, may have been lost. Also, some of the very fine structure at the very surface may not have been recovered in the core if, indeed, they did take the core sample from an area where they had walked.
Well, now let me inject the word that seemed to stir the most excitement here, and I'll ask whoever wants to comment on it. Biotite, the mineral they believe they found. Thor?
Well, it seems like this is a very exciting observation, and if true, this means that we're dealing with rocks that are very similar to what we were acquainted with here on Earth. It's a familiar mineral, and therefore we consider that we're playing with the same kind of a phenomenon.
I think you're ducking the word water.
Yes, I'm ducking the word water, although there's really no need for this. A mineral such as biotite does contain some chemical bond water, and under special types of treatment, this water can be liberated, so that there is a potential source of water on the lunar surface.
But it is bound up tightly. It is not available, for example, to microbes or bacteria or lichens.
Well, likely the very crust, the crustal rocks themselves at the very surface would perhaps have been degassed, and therefore they would contain very little water in a liberating form. But down below, conceivably, this water would be available to such type of reaction and action.
Well, now, Dr. Al Chittister, you're hiding over here, leaning against the wall, and this is your office, and we're really all sort of working under your aegis. Had the panoramic views, which they have photographed here, had they been given with more precise information, compass points, for example, or some reference of that kind, would that have made a difference to your crew here?
I think if we could have got the information early, so that we could have, the crews on the Earth could have looked at the site and planned the EVAs and the documented sampling with relation to specific features, it would have been helpful.
Do you think there was adequate documented sampling for your purposes?
Well, I think it was a lot more than we thought we probably would get. We would like to have seen more description, more photography, but I think we really did extremely well for Apollo 11.
Any surprises? I think that's a question that's being asked all along the network tonight.
Not really, I don't think. I think things came out pretty much as we would have expected.
Okay, now I turn to you, Dr. Kuiper. You look like the coolest, calmest, most relaxed man on the moon, but I suspect as a long-time astronomer, you're probably the most excited.
Well, I think this is a tremendous day, and the provisional end of a long sequence. Of course, there is going to be a tremendous follow-up, we hope. I think that the results, which were in many respects, that is the landscape and many other things, were more or less as anticipated. I think this is a compliment to NASA for the step-by-step planning. I think the first the work of Ranger, then a surveyor, then of orbiter, and then the earlier Apollo flights all have taught us step-by-step what we have seen today all together, so to say. And it is obvious that beyond the results today, we may expect seismic data, we may expect data from the solar wind experiment, we may expect results, very important results, from the laser corner reflectors that have been emplaced on the moon. And of course, the core samples and the rocks that have been collected are going to be tremendously important for the type of studies that we so far have had very little of. Because Surveyor had some chemical composition studies, but what we will get now will be far superior.
Are you at all disturbed by the inability of the people to locate themselves at once, either on the ground or on the moon?
I believe that this will come I'm thinking here of what happened in the case of Surveyor. Here's a picture of Surveyor 1, which was, the position of which was really unknown at the time, and which later on was photographed by Orbiter. So here is only a 5-foot spacecraft, which cast a shadow about 30 feet long, and the spacecraft itself appears here as a bright spot. I'm sure that the much larger LEM will be found in future photography.
I think, Walter, to put it all into perspective, that I should say that while they all sound very calm and very precise and very analytical now, you should have seen them just 5 minutes before you came to us. Now, I'm ready with an earphone if you have anybody you want to ask a question of.
I think that that so thorough has been the job out there, and so thorough have I found all of the fellows out there at Flagstaff in their explanations to us laymen, that I have no questions left, except congratulations to all of them for these long years of preparatory work for this moment on the moon, and for the success. Thanks in great part to the mapping they have done and the detailed maps they provided for the men on the moon mission. I think of the statements there, I was most impressed by Dora Karlstrom's, is that there is indeed a chance now that there is water on the moon, which may make considerably ease and considerably speed man's colonization of that planet.
The subject has come up to a considerable extent. You can imagine the word biotite stirred up a good deal of excitement. Let me go over here for a second to Dr. Dave Roddy. What about releasing water from biotite, Dave?
Well, temperatures would have to be quite high, above several hundred degrees centigrade, to release even the loosely bound water that would be on the outer edges of the crystal, so to speak. But the fact that if biotite actually occurs, and we'll know this, of course, when the samples that they bring back, this to me would be one of the most significant finds of the entire mission, in the sense that it would tell us that a great deal of volcanic activity has occurred in terms of the processes that operate on crystallizing magmas. We would have normally expected magmas that would have not contained biotite in them to have occurred on the lunar surface. If biotite does occur, it quite clearly means that a wide range of volcanic crystallization processes are occurring.
Okay, that's about the look. And as you can see here, the pencils are still out, the triangles, the circles, they're still going to be working. Back to you, Walter.
Speaking of that long shadow that is cast on the moon surface when the sun is in the right position, some 6 times the size of the object who's forming the shadow, that was about the extent of the shadow of the men as they took that first step on the moon today. Those shadows were about 35 feet long. They cast indeed a long shadow on the history of man, and cast a shadow into the days ahead, the centuries ahead. Man in exploration of space. CBS News color coverage of the epic journey of Apollo 11 will continue in a moment. It's estimated that perhaps as many as 400 million persons, 400 million, saw the space walk on the lunar surface tonight around the world, as television carried this thrilling event to most of the major nations of the world, many, many nations, but not to Red China nor to the Soviet Union. And around the world, the printing presses were turning overtime to bring the story, the full story, as the printed page can, in a retrospective view that can be held as a keepsake for all time of this historic day. We're turning at a great rate. Bill Plant at the press room of the New York Daily News can show us what it's like. Bill?
Walter, the presses at the Daily News are running about 2 hours late tonight for the 4-star edition, but of course this is no ordinary night. The headline on the 4-star reads, "Men Walk on the Moon." And that, of course, is the big story, the story that men have been calling the biggest in the history of mankind, so they don't mind being a little bit late. It's committed now to print. That print which has a certain permanency greater than our fleeting words, a permanency that varies from one man to another. For some it will last as long as it takes to wrap tomorrow's garbage. For others, it will be until the newsprint begins to turn yellow and brittle with age, and becomes dust in someone's closet. The New York Daily News has the largest circulation in the nation. The press run on today's edition will be about 1,825,000 copies. It's one of the largest printings, and they'll all be printed here in the press room on 42nd Street, capturing in printed words and still photographs some of the intense drama of the last day. The hours, in fact, into which the media have compressed practically all of man's scientific achievement. Men walk on the moon, and inside, for the first 11 pages, more of the same, the big story, from every angle. But Moon Day, July 21st, which is the way the New York Daily News runs its dateline today, also belongs to men other than the astronauts, to the men of every day. And so it is that further into the paper today, we find the inevitable daily record of pettiness and folly. Of war, for instance, on page 15, news of an Arab-Israeli clash. Or of people, just people. On 16, a society column, in which Susie tells us, if you have been wondering whatever happened to that dear boy and shipping heir, Peter Thorodakopoulos, he's alive and well and working in the Middle East. And so it is, through the paper, the news of everyone. Our medium, television, was preceded, of course, by centuries by the invention of movable type. And there are those who think, Walter, that print is now on its way out. But somehow, as the presses speed up for the very last edition, with the news of a new era in the history of mankind, it is a little bit hard to believe that that particular old era is on its way out. This is Bill Plant. Now back to you, Walter.
I never believed that newspapers were on the way out. The increasing circulation, although a decreasing number of newspapers because of economic pressures that eliminate competition of the newspapers, that increasing circulation indicates that we in television and in radio are merely spreading the word and increasing the interest of the population to get even more words than we can possibly deliver in the time allotted to us, making the newspaper ever more necessary. And you said it well, Bill, from the printing plant of the New York Daily News, with the largest circulation in the United States. Newspapers turned out special editions all around the world for this event, and congratulations have poured in to the Houston Space Center from crowned heads and presidents and premiers from around the world to such an extent they haven't even been cataloged yet, nor indeed have they been read up to the men in space. They very probably will, or some of them at any rate, in the next couple of days, perhaps while they're on that long journey back home. Nelson Benton and Scott McCloud are preparing for their own rest period at the Grumman Corporation Space Center out in Long Island. Gentlemen?
Walter, you just said the magic word. We've been sort of playing wild cards with a flight plan here, trying to see what might happen next. And these pilots are sort of doing things their own way with complete concurrence from the ground. They are getting ready to rest, we know that. We've heard other people talk about surprises, and I think Scott McCloud, who went through that videotaped simulation of the EVA on the moon with all of that weight on his back and full Earth gravity, got some surprises when you saw him jumping around on the moon, didn't you, Scott?
Well, yes, I guess it was a little surprise, but compared to 1G, it's a little easier in 1/6. And they had done the simulations in 1/6G, but I think both Tom and myself felt that they really did a wonderful job on the moon.
I think maybe this one of the surprises might have been that I think you and I both expected that perhaps controlling themselves might have been more of a problem than it turned out to be. It seemed to be no problem at all.
Well, I was certainly surprised that they didn't take a longer time when they first came down to the lunar surface to check their stability, to move around, to move back and forth, as roughly their flight plan had said.
So far as the flight plan is concerned, there's some jettisoning to be done. Can you give us a line on what is yet ahead so far as throwing things overboard for the sake of weight is concerned?
Well, I think there are about 30 items that are left on the moon.
Some of those already out there, of course.
Yes. Well, the descent stage, of course, is one of them. Yeah. I guess that's the biggest one. And then almost everything that you saw on the surface will remain there. In addition, the PLSS, the backpacks, the oxygen purge system above it, the RCU that was mounted on the front, everything they carried in roughly, will be taken off and thrown back out on the surface of the moon.
Pair of boots and a couple of armrests.
Yeah, these armrests here will be taken out and thrown on the surface also. All of this to save weight.
It's really like trying to keep a ship from going down, but this one we hope doesn't have that problem, Walter.
Oh, as a matter of fact, we're looking forward to it going up. And thank you very much, Scott McLeod, test astronaut for Grumman Aircraft, where they build this lunar module that has worked so well so far on this flight again, for your long and valiant hours in helping us understand just what those fellows are doing out there in space. We're not through with you yet. Get a couple of hours rest. Get a full night's sleep and be back in a couple of hours. I think
all right,
the old
will
city
do.
editor adage goes. Same goes to you, Nelson. Thanks for the service today, and we'll see you also tomorrow morning. Well, this morning, a little bit later on this morning. Very shortly, I'll give you a timeline as to what we expect a little later on this morning. CBS News color coverage of the epic journey of Apollo 11 will continue in a moment.
This is CBS News color coverage of Man on the Moon. The epic journey of Apollo 11. Sponsored by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System. And by the International Paper Company, where good ideas grow on trees. And by Kellogg's. Kellogg's puts more in your morning. Now reporting from the CBS News Space Center in New York, with the latest developments from the Apollo 11 moon mission, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
Good morning once again. From our CBS News Space Headquarters, we can report that Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin are at this moment, if they're following a plan they announced a little bit earlier before they took a little bit of rest and had a meal period, should be have the hatch open shortly and begin jettisoning all that equipment they'll leave on the moon to lighten their lunar module for liftoff tomorrow afternoon. Their camera that they left outside and will be left on the moon is still showing a picture of the lunar module as it sits there on the moon after this historic day's events. We have heard also from Washington, from the White House, that President Richard Nixon, after his 2-minute talk with the men on the moon this evening, then called Mrs. Eisenhower, who was visiting at the nearby White House. He was calling from the executive offices. He called her, and he reminded us that she had said earlier that somebody up there is looking at them too, referring to her late husband, the former President Eisenhower. President Nixon also called former President Lyndon Johnson at his Texas ranch. President Johnson, who was a majority leader of the Senate and then later as vice president, pushed through the space program that resulted in the landing on the moon today, said that he was appreciative that Nixon had thought of him and called to share this great moment. He said that he'd been following the flight of Apollo 11 all day by television. Out in Downey, California, Terry Drinkwater, our CBS News correspondent, has been with North American Rockwell's test astronaut Leo Krupp all day in the command module, following the activities of Mike Collins in that command module as he circles the moon at a 69 high altitude, keeping an eye on his two fellow astronauts down below on the surface. I think you fellows are about ready for a rest period now, with Mike Collins getting some sleep as he circles the moon.
Walter, I was just thinking back to a couple of days ago. We showed you an alarm system here and played it for you, a little siren that is a new device on this command module, the alarm system. And I recall that it certainly wasn't needed today for two very obvious reasons. Nothing went wrong, and with events like today, no one came close to going to sleep. Right, Leo?
That's right, Terry, including us.
Yes. How did it all seem to you?
Well, the flight has been just absolutely beyond belief. After working on a program like this for so many years, and then seeing those live TV shots of the men walking on the moon, I could hardly believe it was really happening, but it was happening. And
And I really think that this country owes a debt to the NASA team, because I think we have a group of people in NASA that the planners, the flight directors, the trajectory people have just done a fantastic job in predicting these flights and making these things go like clockwork. We've become so success-oriented that it's almost frightening to me to think that the American public and even the engineers that work on these programs have become so success-oriented, and I think we owe it all to NASA because of their thorough planning and following through on these flights.
There's only one minor difficulty, and it is the minorest for astronaut Collins now, that is not being able to get a visual sighting, right?
Well, that's right. He hasn't been able to pick up the lunar module as yet. However, he'll still have some opportunities later on. But as I mentioned to Walter earlier, it would be desirable to get a fix on the LEM so we could adjust the command service module orbit if necessary, so we could optimize the rendezvous. However, if this doesn't come to pass, the LEM can still take off, and after it's airborne, the LEM has its radar, which can lock onto the command module. We can update our computers through visual tracking and VHF ranging. We can adjust for this and make our plane change if necessary after the LEM has taken off.
All of that will be tomorrow, Walter, of course.
Leo, would that extend the time would require for rendezvous at all?
No, sir, Walter. The plane change could be incorporated in one of the regular pre-planned burns. It would just mean that rather than burning in plane, they would burn slightly out of plane, and they could adjust for this in the regular time frame during one of their regular planned burns.
That time frame is about 1 3/4 revolutions, or about 3 hours and a half, from liftoff to rendezvous. And they could do it in that time period, as you say. Thank you very much, Leo Krupp and Terry Drinkwater. And now Mike Collins is going to turn in the command module. I think you're entitled to get a little rest, too. I told Scott McLeod and Nelson Benton in the Lunar module simulator out there at Grumman, get a good night's sleep and be back in a couple of hours.
We will.
All right, fine. The schedule now of events. If they begin this dumping of equipment very shortly, and we haven't had confirmation that they have begun it yet from Houston, although they were scheduled to about 3:05, about 10 minutes ago. They would finish it and button up the spacecraft again in time for a checkout of the integrity of the spacecraft. Once they've got the hatch closed again, the pressure built up again, check all the systems. That would all be completed just before 4 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 45 minutes from now, and they would turn in for 8.5 hours rest. That would mean they'd be up again about noon tomorrow Eastern Daylight Time to begin the preparation for liftoff after a short breakfast meal at 12:30 p.m. noon Eastern Daylight Time, and the liftoff would come, and this is a critical time for all of their the maneuvers following the liftoff would come at 1:50, almost 1:51 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow. They lift off, they climb vertically to clear all of the surrounding obstacles, and then they hit their azimuth that would take them on out in a orbital pattern around the moon for rendezvous about 1 3/4 revolutions later with Mike Collins up there in Columbia, the command module. That rendezvous coming around 5:15 a.m. p.m. tomorrow afternoon, and docking at 5:35 p.m. Then they continue around the moon almost for another day, or another several revolutions before they fire off the service propulsion system engine and start the trajectory on the way home for a Thursday noon splashdown in the Pacific. And so today an era, an age has come to an end. The thousands of years, the million years in which man stood down here on his small planet and thought and wrote and dreamed about the moon. He gave it names, gods and goddesses. He composed sonnets about its reflected light and its loneliness. He planted, he harvested, he navigated, he worshipped, and he romanced beneath its glow and under its spell. Writers and poets, great and not so great, ancient and modern, have courted the moon with words, yet Who, I wonder, is going to do so now that man stands on the moon? Aeschylus called it the eye of night. Sir Richard Burton described it as the lover's lamp, a ruined world, a corpse upon the road of night. To others it was such things as a silver pinhead, a fair regent, and to John Keats it was the enthusiast's friend. It didn't seem like much of a romantic thought for Keats. It has been the enthusiast, drawn by the moon, determined to reach it, to push toward that goal, just as fast as technology would allow, who inspired this nation to spend $24 billion to get there. We have not begun today to chart our move into space, for this flight's the culmination of a great deal of money, a great deal of time, and even more effort. The knowledge of thousands of men and the experiments and skill of many more than that stretching way back in time. But starting today with this proof that man can leave the Earth and land safely on another celestial body, he now is unlikely to be slowed in his drive to go elsewhere in the solar system, perhaps beyond. But as we touch this first milestone, the nostalgia remains, at least for most of us alive today. In a generation or two, that nostalgia for the moon will be gone. And those who now are too young to really realize anything of this great day will have grown up, unable to remember what it might have been like before man set foot on the moon. And a final thought about that: man has misused many of his great inventions and his great discoveries. Atomic power is not the least of these, certainly. The pollution of air and water is an indication of what man can do to his environment. Let's hope that man makes better use of this great discovery of man today. The discovery of the moon, the fact he can work on that moon and walk on its very surface, 250,000 miles away. And now, very shortly, I'm going to turn this seat over to David Shoemaker to hold forth through these night hours while we keep a sharp eye on those men on the moon while they rest. We do not expect any future decisions from them in the next 8 hours or so, but they haven't buttoned up for the night yet. There could be some decision to leave the moon surface early, beyond that schedule I gave you a moment ago. We don't leave any stone unturned to be sure that we're on top of those developments, and David Shoemaker is going to be your guardian of those night hours. CBS News color coverage of the epic journey of Apollo 11 will continue in a moment.